Hey everybody, gonna do some pixel art for a pixel PNG tuber for the Indie Maniac, and then gonna be working on a Game Boy game for VJam, which is a VTuber game jam that I'm taking part in with Ias and Taco Crit. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing. Should be lots of fun. Hope you hang out. Alright. Ad is starting soon. After the ad, we'll get right into it. Cryptic, welcome in. Everyone check out Cryptic. They've got an awesome stream. They do game development. Hope you're doing well, Cryptic. So I managed to completely sleep through the D&D time. And then when I finally woke up and checked the Discord, it said that it was canceled, so it worked out. But yeah, sorry for sleeping through it. I don't know what happened, like, I didn't even hear my alarm. I imagine it went off, I don't know why it wouldn't. Yeah, there's an ad starting any second here. And then we'll be starting up, making a PNG pixel tuber for Indie Maniac. Electric Mindset, welcome in. There is an ad about to start, and then after that we'll be getting into it. Well, we all have those days, for sure. Well, at least it lined up. I mean, I assumed that D&D was canceled. It wasn't going when I woke up at like 2. But then again, 2's pretty late. It was canceled. Ansem had some things he had to do, and I forgot to prep the next level. Right on. Okay, well, it all worked out. So no worries. We'll try to do better on this upcoming Sunday. Yeah, the ad should be ending in 20 or so seconds, and then we'll get started on this little art project for the Indie Maniac. Alright, we should be about back from the ads. As you can see, I've got Christmas Indie here. Cryptic says, finally adding in the anomalies, so we on track to release the demo in March, if not sooner. Cool! Well, that's exciting. The demo for Demonfish Dead Ahead is under review right now, so should be, I don't know, it says, what, 3 to 7 business days? So, I don't know. I think, what day did I give it to him? I think I gave it to him Friday or Thursday. So any day now. I'm kind of surprised that it's taken this long. Usually it only takes a couple days. Alright, so I've got, this is like the right size, I believe, right? Yeah. And then I made a new layer. And what I'm gonna do now is make a new reference layer from file, because he gave me a reference to work with, this one. And here we are. So I'm gonna be making a pixel art version of this here. And I don't know, it might be easiest if I use a tablet, but I don't feel like hooking up the monitor because I've got the other monitor hooked up and I'm using it. So give me a second, I'm gonna grab my little portable tablet. And I'm back. Now I just gotta plug it in. It's got this big long cable, which comes in handy because the cable that it came with is like super tiny. So I actually used a cable from an old controller, and that works like pretty well. Huh. It didn't turn on. Oh, it wasn't plugged in all the way. Okay, now it's turned on. It says it's setting up the device. That's not a good sign. Does that mean the driver's not working anymore? Haven't used it in a while. Huh. Edit. Welcome in. Lurk mode engaged, mate. We'll be back in a bit, hopefully. If not, have a great stream. Well, thank you very much for lurking. I very much appreciate it. It says it's ready to go, but it's not actually working. Like, the light's turning on, and it's registering the stylus, but it's not moving the mouse. Maybe it would be just be easier to turn off that monitor for a second. I think it's because the XP pen uses a different driver than the Wacom. Bluff and I already moved on from Hightail. We got all the best gear already, so decided to wait for the big updates. Right on. I've been making this massive castle and listening to audiobooks while I do it. But yeah, I feel like everyone else on the server has kind of done the same thing. I don't have the best of everything yet. I have thorium pants and iron other gear and a thorium sword and a thorium shield. And I have a whole bunch of metals. I've got a whole bunch of the red and quite a bit of the green. I don't have that much cobalt. I have a little bit. And then I've got like a crap load of iron, a little bit of gold, a little bit of silver, and quite a bit of copper. But yeah, mostly I've just been building the castle. I like castles. I like castles. Castles are fun. I'm gonna switch the screen. Never remember which one it is. It's probably this one. All right, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Everything's a little wonky here. Sorry for the bumping the microphone there. Probably super loud. Things were pivoting too much. It's still moving too much. There's just so much weight on this damn desk thing. It's supposed to stand straight up, but it's definitely at like a fucking angle. That's not bad. We rushed to Sally Sloth had a free key to another game. Oh, Ari Boobs with the massive raid. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Ari Boobs, what were you working on? I had you on Lurk, but I didn't have a chance to see exactly what you were working on. I saw some things, but I couldn't tell what it was. It was all zoomed in every time that I dropped in. But yeah, I hope you had a fun stream. If you had something that you want to share, I'd be happy to check it out. And welcome in, everyone. It's a very, very kind stream. Was working on a start end screen. Oh, cool. Hang on, I'll DM. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd love to check it out on stream. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Rick. I do a lot of game dev stuff. Also, welcome in Cyphex. Appreciate you being here. But Cryptic was saying Sloth had a free key for another game called Vintage Story. Also like Minecraft, but more survival focused. I feel like I've seen someone stream that. What did you think of Vintage Story? Tonight. There will be blood tonight. But yeah, welcome in Cyphex. Good to see you. Everyone should check out Cyphex stream and Ari's stream. Both fantastic streamers. But yeah, I'm Rick. I do game dev stuff. I'm going to be working on a VTuber game jam after I finish what I'm making for Indy. Now, I didn't draw this image, but Indy wanted me to use this as a reference image to make a pixel art version of it that has like an animated mouth and eyes. How have you been? I've been good, Cyphex. How about yourself? Been hanging out. It's like 57 degrees here. The snow's all pretty much melted. I managed to not have to shovel my driveway even during the big snow. I didn't have anywhere to go, so I was just like, you know what, maybe it'll melt. And then like 3 days later, it was all melted. But I'm doing good. I inadvertently took a small nap before the stream. Whoa, nice. I am doing okay. Oh, well, that's good to hear. Glad you're doing okay. But yeah, I was watching Mystery Science Theater 3000, and I fell asleep for at least like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. I missed the climax of the film, but the jokes were still good, so I didn't miss the best parts. I just missed the climax of the film. So yeah, I've got this on a reference layer, and then I'm gonna make a pixel art version. I'm just gonna like trace over it, and that should be good enough if I can get it to look okay. So this is the reference layer, and I can actually turn down the opacity on it while I do this line art, so the lines don't get lost or anything like that. I didn't like that. Oh, and I should be paying more attention to Discord. Ari sent me that link. Oh wow, this looks awesome. Let me open it in the browser so I can bring it over here. Look at this, everybody. This looks so cool. Yeah, when I was watching the stream, all I saw was like this down here. Oh. And it was like real zoomed in, so I couldn't tell everything that was going on. But yeah, it looks cool. I'm excited for it. Thank you, you're welcome. Thanks for sharing. The clouds shaped like butts. Oh, yeah, I see a butt there. I see a butt. This one is kind of butt-like. I don't know, they're not too butt-like, but they definitely have some roundedness to them. They look cool though. I like the shading. It has like a painterly quality to it. That's nice. The seaweed looks cool too. But very nice. Thank you so much for sharing this. I hope you had a lovely stream. If you've got things that you need to do, you know, after stream care and stuff like that, feel free. But I very much appreciate the lurk or the raid. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, the grass was a struggle for a while. It looks cool though. I could see how it would be challenging. It's kind of a challenging point of view, right? Difficult perspective. Yeah, you almost kept going. Right on. Well, I can't wait to see it when it's finished. And thanks for the redeems, Cryptic. But yeah, Cryptic, what did you think of that game that you brought up? What was it called? Vintage Story? What did you think of Vintage Story? I saw some other people streaming it, but I didn't really check it out too deeply or anything. Vintage Story is good? Cool, cool. And it's a little bit like Minecraft as well, is that what you were saying? The curly Q beard is kind of funny. Oops. We'll leave the mouth how it is for now. I'll draw the shoulders and stuff. Whoops. Button. I'm not sure if we should just make circles for the eyes or what. Probably, though. I think circles would probably work best. Minecraft, but way more survival based. So, like IRL survival, or not being eaten by big monsters survival. What am I doing wrong here? Oh. Alright, what if we make the eye on a separate layer and then just kind of move it into space, into the position? Like that. And then we can make another one. Like that. But yeah, I like survival games, you know? I got really into a game called The Forest back in the day. Like, quite some time ago now. Like, over 10 years ago. And, or no. Shit. Yeah, over 10 years ago. Probably like 11 or 12 years ago. I started playing it during the beta. And then I just kept playing it for a long time. And then I got really into Sons of the Forest for a bit there. I really like those games. They're survival games, but like with a horror theme. Kind of interesting. Because it's not like a survival horror game where like it's like, or like horror survival. It's not survival horror, it's horror survival, but it's more survival than it's horror. It's kind of confusing. I remember The Forest. I wish the combat was more in-depth. Did you play the second one? Also, that one was really good in VR. I had a lot of fun in the forest in VR. Just the first one. You might want to check out the second one. There's definitely more to it. But I think mostly they overhauled the building. The way that building works is really cool. The fidelity is way higher. It barely runs on a Steam Deck because it's a pretty big game. Like it actually runs fine on Steam Deck. It just crashes from time to time. I don't know if they've fixed that since, or maybe there's like a Proton compatibility thing that fixes that or something. But I remember trying to stream it and my computer was like not holding up. But I've got a new computer. I'm just waiting on the last piece of it in the mail. Seago, welcome in. Hey, thanks for the 5 bits. How goes it? It goes well. How is the game jam going? Did the theme fit any of your ideas for that? Oops. Seagoat and I are in the same game jam, which is really cool. Oops. I was gonna ask you about your PC. Yeah, I am still waiting on the processor. Apparently there's like a, what do they call that? There's not enough because AI bought them all, apparently. So it wasn't the RAM, it wasn't the GPU, it was the processor that was the hard thing to get, apparently. I don't know. The shortage, yeah. Supply chain issues is the terminology they threw at me. I'll be streaming me working on it in like 3 hours. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll be working on mine soon after I finish this thing for Indy, but it sounded like he wanted it for Valentine's Day, so might as well get it to him as soon as possible. Seems like one's just a little bit bigger than the other, so I should probably keep that to maintain the level of cuteness. I thought the RAM company swapped RTO making AI. I'm not sure what you mean. The RAM company swapped RTO. But hey, Westlow, nice job getting first. But Seago asked if I'd settle on an idea for the game jam. And we've been chatting about things, but yeah, we didn't have a chance to really chat too much after the theme was announced. Thanks for checking in, Seago. Swap to making AI. Well, instead of RAM. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. There's quite a few different companies making RAM, but all of them are behind. But yeah, that would be interesting if they just said like, no, you know what, we're gonna take all this RAM and use it for our own AI instead of selling it. That's kind of interesting because it's kind of like, I mean, they're making bank, right? The people who are making the computers for the AI, they're gonna make a ton of money even if AI fails. You know what I mean? So hyped to see what everyone makes. Yeah, me too, Westlow. Hiya, yeah, it's great to see you. Yeah, oh, and Westlow, I posted in the community of the Game Jam. I'm not sure if you saw that yet or not. But I asked a simple question, and I figured that maybe it would be helpful if other people had the same question for them to read the answer there. But it was basically just, A, if the theme was optional, B, what exactly is meant by wildcards, and then C, if there was criteria for the judging of the submissions. But yeah, feel free to answer on the itch page so that way other people can get the answer as well. The Electric Mindset says, I hate Monopoly. That's how you get a Monopoly. So, I mean, the thing is that, like, we live in a capitalist society where monopolies are, like, praised, right? I mean, the whole freaking thing is a monopoly. I don't want to get too far into it, but it's like, I mean, the corporations are running the country, you know what I mean? So, I don't know, like, I don't want to get too political or too upset about it, but yeah, it's not fun. One of them did do that. I see what you're saying. That's a little bit annoying, but yeah, I was able to get RAM. Let me see what it is. I got G Skill, Blair X5. So a G Skill RAM? I don't know. It's DDR5, 32 gigs. But yeah, the processor is having trouble with that. Oh, and there's an ad starting, so I'm gonna snooze it. It will be nice when you get your stuff. Yeah, if it ever happens, if I ever get my processor, it'd be cool. I'd be happy for that. It's a little frustrating. I'm starting to think that I'll have to get a different processor. And then cross my fingers that that one gets shipped. But you never know. Which one did you get again? Oh, I don't even know. I'd have to look it up. Cosmo, welcome in. Everyone should check out Cosmo's stream also. Also, I don't know if Electric Mindset got a shout out. To make sure that happens. But yeah, Cosmo's got a great stream. They play a whole lot of Osu. Oh, you did? Well, you're about to get another one. So everyone should check out the Electric Mindset as well. They've got an awesome stream where they do a lot of indie games and a lot of demos, a lot of things that you probably haven't seen before. Maybe some things that you have. I was watching him play a game about like a 3D game with a hole, kind of like Holio, except you're not controlling the hole. You're like a first-person player controller, and the hole is like its own thing and that you're feeding. Yeah, thanks for following Electric Mindset. He's an awesome person, very supportive of the channel, and has an amazing stream. So I'm sure he appreciates it. Pretty close to the shape we need. So now that I've got everything kind of where it should be, I can merge these layers. Doesn't like it when you have multiple layers selected and hit merge. And then I can just kind of take the colors probably draw in the rest of the shirt here. Oops. Also, I'm probably retiring from OSU due to my tapping hand starting to hurt even outside of playing. Oh wow. Well yeah, you should probably at the very least take a break then, because that could be like tendonitis or something. That could become very serious. So and maybe next time you go to play, if you choose to, make sure that you drink lots of water and stretch beforehand, because that's like a workout, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna snooze the ads again. Electric says, sorry to hear that, Cosmo, that really sucks. Kind of why I'm getting into Raichi Mahjong. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that is, but I saw you playing it. I lurked for your stream a little bit. And I don't really know much about Mahjong at all. I can be lazy and play a game. There you go. Yeah, something that's not so intense. It's always nice to have a little variety in your life, you know. I mean, it's cool to get really good at something too, but it's also nice to just relax and chill, and to have, you know, more than one thing that you're into. But yeah, tendonitis is pretty serious, so you probably want to take a break. I've heard of people getting tendonitis from playing guitar. Oops. It's a tile game, but it's fun. From what I experienced on my first day, it's similar to Rummy Up? I think that's how you say that. In a way. Responding to the post. Oh, well, thank you, Wesla. I appreciate that. I will take a look at that before I jump into game development here, which is the plan after I finish this. But yeah. Fix some of these little weirdnesses. That looks a little funny. So we're off to a good start here. Maybe finish this line. And then this one as well. Fix that. That looks a little funny. It's a pretty good start, I think. Kind of want to make sure that pink color is the right color. Looks like it is. But yeah, there's an ad starting soon. I used all of my snoozes, so I can't avoid it. But I appreciate everyone for hanging out. Alright, so the mouth. Oh, this looks funny here. Let's fix that. So that looks a little fun. Alright, so the mouth is gonna be closed and open, so we'll put that on its own layer. I kind of feel like it should be double the width. So it is symmetrical. Well, almost symmetrical. Might as well make it symmetrical then. Actually, it looks better being not symmetrical. Maybe emphasize the non-symmetry. Looks like we're back from the ad. So I'm gonna look at the other one. So it looked like the mouth was open, the eyes were closed, and then the mouth was closed on those. So we'll use the same pattern here. We'll just call this mouth. And honestly, I feel like this mouth is probably a good mouth. So let's just take that. Oops. And then the eyes, we can kind of do the same thing. Oh, well, all right. So on this layer, we'll remove the eyes. Oops, this layer. Oops. And just fill it in with this color. I don't know what happened there. But I feel like they're a little bit small. They looked fine in the glasses, but now they look too small, so let's go ahead and widen them. What's going on there? What layer is that on? Oh, that's that layer, okay. Weird. Oh, because I copied from the wrong, I cut from the wrong layer. That's a little bit annoying. But that should fix that error. So what I'm gonna do now is, oh, I guess I need to fix the edge of the beard here. I didn't think about that. So that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna fix the edge of the beard. That actually doesn't look like. That looks better. Then I'm just gonna steal this whole face here. Paste it over that. Or actually, I think I want it over that one, yeah. Then this one, we'll copy that and paste it there. So we've got the eyes open and the mouth open, the eyes closed, the mouth open, eyes open, mouth closed, and the eyes closed, mouth closed. So we can merge these down now. Although it might actually be easier to just, because I'm pretty sure this, like these two are the same. If it would actually be easier if I just took the eyes off of this layer. Which looks kind of freaky. And then take all of this layer, paste it over that one. Wait a second, why did the eyes come back? There we go. Thanks for the lurk, Ari, appreciate it. And thank you again for the raid, very, very kind of you. Uh-oh. Did I unplug something? Uh-oh. What just happened? One of my monitors became unplugged. I think we're good though. Everything freaked out for a second. And somehow this got put on the wrong monitor. Alright, but we're looking good now. Alright, turn the eyes back on. Oh, this layer. So this is eyes open. Eyes closed. So we might as well just like merge those layers. And just call it eyes instead. A toasty cookie, I have no clue how late I am, but ha, Raid, Ari Raid. Welcome in, Toasty Cookie. Appreciate you being here. Cricket OMG. Hi, yay, Rick is good cozy artist. Thanks, Alright Boobs, I appreciate that. And yeah, I'm Rick, I do a lot of game dev stuff, I do a lot of art, do a lot of pixel art. Okay, now I go play Valheim with Theo. Alright, well have fun playing Valheim. I hope you you have lots of fun and kill lots of baddies and don't get killed by a troll raid or something. Thanks again, Ari. I kind of feel like the beer gets really close to its open mouth. But luckily, this can all be linked now. That was the whole point of merging those. This was the Santa closed eyes. LOL. So now that these are merged, I can work on this layer and it'll affect all of the other things of it. This color and this color seem really similar. I feel like this should be like a little bit darker so it doesn't look like the skin. And then the rest of it is just gonna be like dithering. I don't know, maybe the mouth should be moved. So these can be linked. And these, oops. And these can be linked. Of course, now that beard is a little high still. That. So we can link these cells and then link these cells. And then we only have to do it once. But I think that is what it's supposed to be. Maybe more? Three-eyed Alex. Wait a second. Oh, is it not selected? There we go. I don't know what happened to the eye, but it looks funny now. I think that looks better. Alright, I think I'm pretty happy with that. Time to start dithering. So I'm gonna switch monitors now. That way it's in front of me. I don't need the stylus anymore. And we'll make like a lighter version of it. I think this is what I used before. Whoops. But I kind of feel like it should be at an angle. Oh, it doesn't look good at an angle. The outline got lost, but I kind of like the look of it. Weird that you can see through it. But I set the layer mode to normal. Yeah, you can still see through it. Oh, I guess it's got like opacity to the color. That's not what I meant to do. Doesn't though. That's really weird. Yeah, you can still see through it somehow. I'm so confused. Oh, the opacity's turned down there for some reason. That's really weird. I don't know how that happened. Oh, because the mouth is on a different layer. Okay. Oops. We got ads starting in about 3 minutes. Heads up. What is going on here? Why isn't it deleting it? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. There it is. I forgot that I made another layer. Looks a little bit too circular here. That looks better. Lot Lizard, thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. 50 times you've checked in. Oh, and just in time for the ads. We should be about back from the ads, except maybe Lot Lizard. If she's got 6, maybe we're not back completely yet, but close. Oh no! All right, are we back from the ads then? Probably, right? Can never tell. But I hope you're doing well, Lot Lizard. Hope you had a good night. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm waking up a little bit. I was pretty sleepy earlier, but I don't know. Caffeine is helping. Might have to make some more tea in a bit here. You like the Pokemon? Okay, I'm back for a bit. Before I do some mahjong, I always want to say mahjong, to just take it easy. I'm a literal Pokemon fan. Did a lot of VGC back in the mid-2010s. How many settings does the fan have? If you're a literal fan, right? Probably like a five setting fan. OMG. I just realized that joke. Pretty good. Electric Mindset's a regular comedian. We gotta give him credit for that. This is a neat stream so far. Very nice to chill with. Oh, I'm glad you're chill. I love bad jokes. Well, I will disappoint you then because all my jokes are awesome. I like a good bad joke too. Two peanuts were walking down a street. One was assaulted. Really needed a stream like this after work for sure. Right on. I actually have a joke command. Why are garbage men the best gaming teammates? They're used to carrying trash. I'm gonna have to use that one against Lot Lizard. Next time she's carrying me, I'll call her a trash man. I'm the trash man. I just burst out laughing over this joke. Nice, nice. There's more. There's like fucking over 50 of them. Why was the PC gamer denied entry to the nightclub? It was exclusive. Boo. What is a FPS gamer's favorite fish? This one's for Lot Lizard. Cod. Scientists recently combined DNA of a cheetah with the DNA of a crab. Things went sideways real fast. These are gamer dad jokes and I love it. Most of them are. They're hand selected by myself. I didn't write any of them, but I hand selected them. You like that one? Things went sideways real fast. We could make that a gamer joke by, instead of saying a cheetah, we could say Sonic and a crab, right? Sonic the Hedgehog and a crab. Oh, some of them are just perfect. Yeah, there's like a lot of like coder jokes, a lot of game dev jokes, and then just like some regular dad jokes. What do Americans do after winning the World Cup? Turn off the PlayStation. I think that's because there's no American soccer team. I feel attacked by that. The Nintendo 64 gamer went to the optician, which isn't it an optician? Optician? Who said, "You've got golden eye. It's very rare." That's the worst one. Optician. Is that even what they're called? Optometrists. They're called optometrists. I think that's a European joke. The best thing about a Boolean is even if you are wrong, you're only off by a bit. Wah wah. Well, any N64 gamers will feel that one for years. Hey, I played a lot of GoldenEye. Even on the Nintendo Switch Online, I played a lot. But feel free to use that command all you want. It's available for everyone. Not just me. What's the most used language in programming? Profanity. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. I feel like the rosiness of the cheeks should have some type of gradation, dithering. Hard to get it centered though. Feels like it should be lighter. They're just not as dark. Alright. And now we're gonna merge all of these down. Now, I think merging this last one should work, but I'm not positive. Oh, it didn't work. But what we can do then is just link all of these. Now it's there. So that should work. I don't see any issues with it. Cosmo fainted, critical hit. Why is it better to lose your health during summer and winter seasons so you don't have to worry about fall damage? A CryEngine developer walked into a bar and cried because he was the only one there. Yeah, I don't know any CryEngine developers. I think that joke was written by a CryEngine developer. Why couldn't the PC gamer stop crying? They refuse to be consoled. How many multiplayer gamers does it take to fix the light bulb? None. You can't pause a multiplayer game. Alright, so I think we're good on this. Pretty happy with how this turned out. I'll save it as, and we'll call it V-Day Indie. Maybe put it in a different folder. And then we'll export it as 4 different files. At 1000%. Save them as PNG files. And that should work. Oh, you know, we want that Santa closed layer off. I mean, it shouldn't matter because it's behind the other one, but yeah, I guess it really didn't matter. What are you gonna do? Four animation files, yes. Alright. Keep that over there. Sir, that joke is illegal. Did I just hear Santa's clothes layer? Oh, closed layer. Closed eye layer. Santa's closed eye layer. Because he had closed eyes on one layer and they were still on, but we weren't doing Santa anymore, we're doing the Valentine's Day one. But yeah, let's make sure those files look good. And yeah, here it is right here. We got V-Day Indie. 4 files. So yeah, it sounded like Indy wanted this ASAP, so I'll just give it to him right now. We'll put him in a zip. Probably should have named him, but he'll be able to figure it out. He's done this before at this point. I think you did great. Well, thank you, Electric Mindset. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. And Lot Lizard, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. You're a star. Alright, so now we're gonna get on to the game dev stuff for the VJam. So let me change my category here. Moving on from art. To software and game development.
My CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer.
Nice. What's the theme of the jam? The theme of the jam is VTuber. So, hack the plant. So the idea that we've been kicking around started as a cybernetics investigation kind of Papers, Please kind of game. But then we learned about the theme, so now it's going to be a VTuber investigation, Papers, Please type kind of game. And nothing is really set in stone for it yet. This is what I was working with before. But I think now, I think I'm gonna make some major changes here. It is time, Lot Lizard. So yeah. Are they an anime character or a VTuber? So the theme is VTubers. So it doesn't have to be anime. And since it's gonna be for Game Boy, we're just gonna do like PNG tubers. Because technically VTuber means any virtual tuber, right? PNG tubers are technically VTubers, the way I see it, so I don't know. But yeah, this is just like a prototype of how the layout would look. Yeah, I checked the ID and verify to not let the anime characters in. Well, there are anime VTubers, so that could be confusing. So the plan is to have 2 different scenes per NPC. So you're gonna have like documents that you refer to on like the second scene, and then on the first scene it will be like people coming up, and you're like running a security checkpoint at like a VTuber event, and it's like in the future where VTubers are like remotely controlling these cybernetic robots, and Yeah, so we're checking the robots to make sure that they're not like hacked or like ran by AI or like bringing in guns and stuff like that. Hugo, how's the game going? Well, I just started. I just switched gears from the VTuber thing that I was working on. I was working on this for Indie Maniac, and so I just finished that, and now we're jumping into the prototype for the game. But yeah, we are making something very Papers, Please-esque, but for Game Boy. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be different than Papers, Please, obviously, because that's kind of a lot, and we're gonna simplify the shit out of it since it's gonna be for Game Boy. But I think this image is too big now, so I think what I'm gonna do instead is maybe like draw like a frame to shrink it down, maybe even shrink it down further so it's like it's literally just taking up this space here. That way we don't have to put too much effort into tile swapping or anything like that, because this is already a lot. I mean, technically we could use a large sprite, but we got to make sure that it doesn't go over the tile limit for the sprites as well. Sounds really cool. Look forward to playing it. Lurk, thanks for the lurk, Seago, I appreciate that. And yeah, I hope you get a chance to play it. But yeah, there's only so many, there's like very few people. I think there's 11 people in the jam, so there's not going to be very many games. And then like all of this space down here, actually from up here even, or even here, could make all of this space here like text. So I'm just gonna fill it in with this color there. And then what we were thinking for over here, and this started with the cybernetic cyberpunk kind of vibe, was like to have like an X-ray kind of thing where you like hover over areas and it like zooms in kind of thing. So I don't know the best way to do this. Maybe start with like a thing. And yeah, I'm not going to be doing all of the art on this project because Taco Crate and Ayas are both really good pixel artists. So I'm going to let them handle a lot of the pixel art, and I'm going to do most of the programming for it and kind of work at it that way. So I think it might actually look best, if turn that off, if this is up one like that. And then the frame would go all the way up to the top. Oops. Like that. And then, I don't know, we could just do some type of, you know, embellishment over here. To make it look more futuristic or something. Not that what I'm drawing looks futuristic at all, but something like that. I don't know what happened there. Alright, it's 3. And then over here, it would be like a person shape. This is not my best work here. The size of the head. But yeah, so the plan would actually be to make it... Oh man, that looks bad. Oh, I don't want to do that. Turn that off. So the plan would be to make like little boxes of tiles that would be swapped out. That might actually be better to do on a different layer. So that way you can check like an X-ray to see if there's something wrong with each individual area. I don't know what they'd be hiding there, but maybe these would look better if they were this color. I don't know, we could probably put a box here. It's not like we'd be showing any like nudity or anything like that. That is against the rules in the jam. But yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different areas that you would have to like hover your mouse over. Oh, but you know what? There is this weird bug where like there needs to be like pixels between the triggers. So I'd need to actually make them smaller than they are. So let me try that again. Make a new layer. And I will keep the symmetry on. Wait, symmetry's not lined up. That's an issue. I guess it should probably go all the way over here. And then we'd have to make the cursor pretty small. We'll probably do like one big one in the middle. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's more than there was before, huh? I feel like these should be taller. So on the left side there would be a bunch of text that we would change for each thing. So it would just be like name, and then we put like a line so we know that that's where the name is supposed to go. Something like that. Name, or I guess it could just be like handle or something like that, but name works. Trying to remember what were the other ideas we talked about. Let me go to the chat. I guess I didn't really write anything. I was thinking about stuff while I was making dinner, but I don't think I wrote anything down. I don't know what other information you would have to go off of. I don't know. Eye color. Welcome back from the ad break. Ugh. Was it that bad? I'm sorry, Lot Lizard. What else would be information that we could check against? Because we'll have the correct information on the other scene, and we'll like have to flip between them to make sure. Maybe hair color? I don't even know. Oops, that's the wrong thing. And it doesn't, or it barely fits. Oh, Job was gonna be one of them, but then we decided that they were gonna all be VTubers. I don't even know. There's so much that we haven't fleshed out. But yeah, we'll just work with what we talked about, and I did say Job. But it's kind of funny because, like, that wouldn't, yeah, if we were doing just VTubers, then that wouldn't work. Because they'd all have the same job being a VTuber, right? But yeah, these are just, like, kind of ideas of how this would work. And then we'd have one more favorite thing. I don't know, that's not gonna fit. We could just do favorite thing. Fave thing. Because yeah, essentially it would be like a survey that they had to fill out beforehand. Oh wait, that's on the wrong line. Or no, that's on the right line. Okay. There's a line missing. That's right. And honestly, it'd probably make more sense if this just went all the way across. But yeah, something like this. Now I'm trying to think of what the other scene would look like. Like, all of this would be the same, but we wouldn't have this, so we need something else. So I guess we could start by just copying all of this. Or you know, honestly, we could just make like a new set of layers, right? So we'll delete this one. And then we can group these. And then duplicate it. And then just turn off the other side. Or delete it rather, because it's like stuck there. I'm just gonna merge it. Oops. And then on the other side, could probably like extend this little weird frame or whatever. And then attending. Yeah, I don't even know. Ugh, you frozen? Wait, am I frozen? 7 minutes later. Did the stream have a hiccup or something? I didn't catch it on my end. I'm not sure what else to put on this other side. So like the attending one would be like, so if someone showed up and they weren't, then they said they weren't going to, right? Like they said that they couldn't make it. I guess another one could be, what do they call that? When you like, when you signed in, right? So if you're like already there, that way if someone tries to come in and they're actually like a duplicate of the person, then you'd be able to catch that there. I don't know. So there's also going to be like dialogue pop-ups where you like have like 3 or 4 questions that you ask them and then they respond. So maybe the answers to those questions could be in here. I don't know what questions you would ask though. Like to confirm an identity. Like favorite thing is kind of like that. Also, these are all like that. Maybe instead of job, we could do like VTuber style. So then like one could be like 3D, one could be 2D, one could be pixel, right? I think that actually makes more sense.
Are you ready to work for the weekend? Cause I'm gonna turn you loose to hot girls in love.
Of course, that's not gonna fit. We'll just do style. I guess if we did it without a space, maybe B2 style. I mean, it's Game Boy, so sometimes you gotta make it work, right? This should probably be a capital T though. Why isn't it letting me delete it? Oh, because it's underneath as well, that's why. I was like, why isn't it going anywhere? I feel like everything is moved over funny though. Also, That seems to be not capitalized for whatever reason. Maybe if they're a panelist, that could be one. Right? If they're like doing a talk or something like that. I don't know how useful that would be, but maybe it could come up in the dialogue, right? You could ask them, "Are you ready for your panel?" And they could be like, "I'm not doing a panel," and be like, "It says that you are, so therefore you're kicked out." I don't know. I'm running out of ideas, clearly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do next. Well, I think it might be time to take a little tea break. Maybe I'll think about what else to do. So I'm gonna run a little ad, a 3-minute ad, and make some tea, and then I'll be back. What kind of tea? I don't know. Probably green tea, because I had Earl Grey and my last chai earlier. Need to get more chai. They were all out of chai at the grocery store when I went. But I went like right when everyone was buying everything for the storm a couple weeks ago. I was pissed. There was like fucking nothing at the grocery store, and I had like nothing at home. I managed to get stuff to last for a couple weeks, so. But yeah, I'm getting back to that point where there's like nothing here. But at least the snow's melted. I don't think people are gonna be fucking fear buying out of fear or whatever you call it. That is a long laugh. But yeah, I think I'm gonna make some tea, and that way I can stay awake. Maybe come up with some ideas while I'm waiting for the tea to boil. Because yeah, I don't really know. We didn't as a team, we didn't have much time to really like chat about everything after the theme was announced. We chatted for like a good hour before the theme was announced. Lot Lizard, you have an idea. What's your idea, Lot Lizard? Sunglasses on Lottie, duh. Well, that's a different game. I'd like to get into programming a prototype for this, because I told Taco Crape that I'd get started while he was sleeping. But yeah, I'm gonna make some tea. So we'll be back in 3 minutes or so, and yeah, hang out and watch the ads if you get ads. Sorry for that, but yeah, might as well, right? I'm gonna make some tea, and that way we won't have the ad break that's coming up in 7 minutes anyways. Ugh. I mean, it's either have ads now or have ads later, right? So we might as well do the ads while I'm making tea, right? Unless you want me to wait for 7 minutes to make tea. I mean, I could do that. I could wait for 7 minutes to make tea. Well, never. Well, if I wasn't an affiliate, that would be the case. Reminder, subbing gets rid of ads. Noted. If Lot Lizard keeps complaining, someone might gift her a sub though, so there's that, right? It's in her nature to complain about ads. We talked about it last stream. Alright, but I'm gonna make some tea. The ad's coming up in 5 minutes if I don't anyways, so I'll see you all shortly with some tea and maybe some ideas, who knows. Oh, there it is. Electric Mindset, thank you so much. You didn't need to do that. Lot Lizard, you better be thankful. Thank you, Lot Lizard, or thank you, Electric Mindset. I really appreciate it. Okay, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music while you're not watching ads. Nah, you're right. She will just keep wanting LMAO. So that's my thank you. Well, now you've got a nice little cyanish, blue, turquoise-ish looking Game Boy cart for your little icon. So that's cool. You got your 4-month subscriber streak or whatever. 4 months of subscriptions, nice work. Anyways, ads starting in 5 minutes, so I'm just gonna run it now for those of you who get ads. For those of you who don't, you can just rock out to this awesome music, which is a new addition to the stream playlist, by the way. This is from Front Room's Normalities, a game you can play on itch. There's my itch link. Anyways, ad break time. I'm gonna make some tea. I'll be RB. Alright, I've returned with my tea. Did you die, Rick? What the fuck was that? Am I hearing shit? Did you die? Oh, never mind. It's the music. LOL. It sounded like a scream. It was a sound effect from the game. But I did make that sound with my mouth. I adjusted the effects in Audacity, but something like that. My neighbors are probably like, "What the fuck is going on over there?" Which is probably what they said when I originally recorded them. I was not prepared. Yeah, I figured it would catch some people off guard. Also, it's like quite a bit louder than the music because they're like boosted for the Game Boy. Because the sound effects are like really quiet on the Game Boy. So you gotta like maximize the volume. But I didn't bother to like edit it for the stream playlist. I thought about doing that, but I was like, you know, I'll just drag it in there and see what happens. So maybe I'll fix that later. And like attach it to the beginning of the song and like mix it so it's not too loud. But anyways, I came up with some ideas and I spilled a little bit of tea, unfortunately. But what are you gonna do, you know? What are you gonna do? So, let's see. The idea was personality. I think that's how you spell it. Oh, that's not gonna fit. What's another word for personality? Spill the tea, said tea, give me the deets. The deets is that I was moving too quickly with a cup that was too full. Could do persona, but that's like a different thing. Yeah, how about vibe? We'll just do vibe. Cause the thought behind this is like a survey that they gave each streamer before they signed up for the event that they're going to, right? So all of this stuff would be filled out by the streamer, so they could be like, my vibe is pissy, Just Wall Games, Rick, let's go, let's go, let's go. Welcome in, Just Wall. Hey, I saw you were streaming earlier. What was that game? I was lurking for it, but I didn't recognize the game. Hey there, yeah, I actually streamed Trolldom. Ah, okay. So it's funny story. Single dev retro MMO. Oh, cool, interesting. Yeah, I've never really played any MMOs except for Final Fantasy XI, which I never really got into. I only played it for like maybe 5 or 6 hours, and I was like, you know, I don't know how I feel about this, and stopped playing. But funny story, Electric Mindset was streaming the other night, and can't remember which night. Was it last night? Or was it 2 nights ago? I can't remember. Anyways, Electric Mindset was randomly talking about Ed Atkins, and he randomly, it's Saturday, okay. He randomly went to an Ed Atkins video on YouTube, and he was talking about one of your really old games that I had never seen before, and it looked like the precursor to A Hunter's Path, which is really interesting. It's so cool to see that. Same, never seen it. Yeah, Electric Mindset and I, we were both like, wait a second, Just Wall made that and it looks like a precursor to Hunter's Path? It was so cool, yeah. Are you gonna put us in the game? If you want, maybe. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about putting ourselves in. So if you wanted to, we could do that. Character, vibe, temperament, personality. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Character might fit, but again, it's like, I think vibe is what we're going for here. So there was vibe, and then another one was stream team. I think that might be hard to fit also. So it fit because I got rid of the space. So if you're on a stream team, that could be something. And then there was one other one. What was it? Oh, if you're partnered. Right, like if you're a YouTube or Twitch partner. So that leaves 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 2 more. There's room for 2 more, but also we could cut off the bottom, like we cut off the top, or like move it around or whatever. I made a prototype that was very similar. I bet that was it. Yeah, that's what it was. That space could be for their ID or ticket. So the ID is gonna be like this right here, kind of like this little face looking blob that I made. So that would be like their ID photo, and then the information from their ID would be this kind of thing, right? Well, I thought that was gonna be the person. So on this one, that would be like the person, and then this one would be the ID, right? So if the person walks up and it doesn't match the ID, then that's like a dead giveaway. But maybe it's like just the eyes don't match, you know, or maybe just the hair doesn't match or something like that. So yeah, it would be 2 different, the T changes there and it moves over. 2 different scenes that you would refer to this one. So maybe it would make more sense to like switch it so you can tell the difference. But for now, this is just a prototype, so yeah, fair. This is really cool to see in Game Boy. You could put height. Yeah, I was thinking we could put height. That is something we could put in there. Yeah, I feel like that would probably go on this side, but then again, favorite thing could go on this side. Also, the VTube style could go on that side also. So yeah, maybe that's actually a good idea. Let's switch this out. Oops. Did I just delete that? No. Thanks for helping, by the way. I appreciate that. What you making? Lot Lizard, you've been here the whole time. I'm making a Papers, Please-like game. Gender 2. Thinking of what's on IDs. Yeah. Gender is kind of a can of worms, though. I mean, we could do non-binary and male and female, but like, I don't know. Excuse me, damn, I was gaming, LOL, and it was muted, sir. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, sorry. I assumed you were watching. Because you were in chat, but yeah. The game is like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's like an investigation type game where you investigate one NPC at a time. Maybe what they stream. That's not a bad idea. Let me get height. And fix that. Thank you for all the ideas. So we'll move this over to this side. And then grab this, copy. Oh, did I not grab it? There we go. Google says it's a mystery document puzzle game. Interesting. Interesting. I would have not called it that myself. But yeah, I guess that's good to know if we're going to try to tag it on the thing. You've been gaming a lot more lately. Personally, yeah, I have been actually, yeah. I've been gaming quite a bit. I've been playing a lot of Hytale and listening to audiobooks. Finished nearly 4 audiobooks playing Hytale. Nice to see you pixeling. Oh, you mean on stream? Yeah, I've been like the last month or so, I've kind of taken a break from streaming and just kind of stuck to the schedule that Indiana Crones keeps, because I stream with him like 3 days a week. So I've just been doing that, and then afterwards I would do some pixel art or some game dev stuff sometimes if I was awake enough. But yeah, I got Hytale and it has a terrible AMD bug on my machine. Made me sad. Oh no. I feel like I saw something where they were fixing, maybe it was a different game, I could be confused. Because I thought there was some NVIDIA bug on, but it was probably a different game now that I think about it. I don't know. All enemies are invincible. That's crazy, and there's no fix for it? I kind of want to look this up, because I'm sure other people have the same issue. You probably already looked it up. All enemies are invisible. Oh, I said invincible. Same with the ground. So yeah, it looks like other people are having the same type of issue. Seemingly only on AMD drivers. That is not English. Not only that, water isn't displayed, horizon blocks, trees, and more flickering. The game crashes every few minutes. But yeah, no fixes on that. so that's not fun. Yeah, but that's too bad. It's a fun game. Hopefully they fix it for you soon. Wait, this person says they have invisible entities bug, making the game unplayable running on Steam Deck with Windows 11. So I'm running it on a Steam Deck, but not with Windows 11, and it works fine. Don't you have a Steam Deck, Justwell? Why don't you try playing it on your Steam Deck? Reddit said it was with older AMD cards, which you have. I tried updating Java and C++ distributables, no luck. I can't wait, or I can wait. I have an old PC, so my fault really. It's been the only time I've gamed with you in a while because of Indiana playing Helldivers on stream, lol. Yeah, that was fun when we played the stealth mission. Still dumb though, it should work, hopefully they can fix it. Yeah, I really enjoyed what I could play. I will buy it as soon as there is a redstone circuitry style mechanic. I love those things. I know it has a good modding community already, so I'm sure it will be there. Yeah, that could work. I do have a Steam Deck. Only ever use SteamOS on it. Yeah, I'm using SteamOS on it. So I just went to the website, downloaded the Linux version of the launcher, and then I launched it the first time using desktop mode, and then I set it up on Steam as like a non-Steam game, and that works. I can just load it in gaming mode, and I had to download a control style or whatever, and then edit it to make it suit my own needs. But yeah, I was able to play it on Steam Deck no problem. Because there is a Linux version of it. Every time the game gets updated, I do have to update it through the desktop mode, but that's not really a big issue. If it doesn't load, then I'm like, oh, I'll load it in desktop mode. And then as soon as I update it in desktop mode, I can turn it off, go back to gaming mode, and it plays fine, as long as it's been updated. That's not gonna fit. We'll just do genre. Or maybe game genre. I know, I guess genre is better because it might be like making video games, not playing video games. And then we can just grab this tile and put it on the bottom. But I do feel like this should be moved around so it doesn't look the same. So what I'm gonna do is duplicate it and then turn it off, and then just kind of like just move chunks around. Oops. So maybe to keep it like, to make it like the exact opposite, we'll put the face down here, and this one above it, maybe. I don't know, I wonder if that'd be better or worse, right? it would force you to like look in different places. And then if it wasn't like that, you wouldn't have to look, but you might get confused. Wait, did I not move that over?
It appears we have lost our sex appeal, Captain.
No. Ta-da! I don't know why I'm helping you. Oh, because we have beef. Do one dark mode and one light mode. I mean, that's a good idea. To invert the colors. But I still feel like people get confused if they're not moved around. And it does make it a little bit more difficult if you like need to like actually like look at the name instead of just looking for changes in the name, right? Because now there's like definitely no confusion that they're different things. Just warn you, I got points I'm gonna redeem. No worries, that's what they're there for, Lot Lizard. Might try that. Yeah, just while you should. And I know you know Garden of Indie, right? Garden of Indie has a Hytale server if you were interested in joining the server with everyone else. Okay, I'm out of them, so I'm done. I feel like maybe the points are the redeems are too expensive if you run out that much, because you're like always in chat, so you'd think you would have like a whole bunch of points. I know you spend points, but like maybe they need to be cheaper. Yeah, originally I got the game to play with Indiana and chill with y'all. Yeah, so once you get it working on your Steam Deck, reach out to Garden and get the password or whatever you need. I can't remember what you need for the server. I'm sure he'd be happy to give it to you. I feel like it should say something on this one, like on file. The point stuff seems pretty cheap, but I have around 19,000 points. But you don't really spend points that often, Electric Mindset, and you lurk more than you spend points. So I mean that makes sense. Also, you've been around for a lot longer. You've been around longer than I've had points. So, but yeah, I could definitely make things a little bit cheaper. I'm kind of the same way though. I don't really spend points all that often, and then I'll have a whole bunch. So even if it's like 1,000 points for the redeem, I'll still be able to spend it because I've got fucking over 50,000 in whose ever stream I'm lurking in, because I lurk in their streams all the time. But yeah, Lot Lizard, it's not like any of them cost $1,000, right? Even changing my outfit is only 500. Uh-oh, the telephone. This one work? Is it even working properly? It doesn't seem like it's working. It's supposed to do this. Is that working? Why didn't it switch for me? I didn't say anything, LOL, it's not working. I just see a phone. Does it sound different? Does it have the lo-fi voice? It should. No. Oh wow, it's turned off on this one. That's really weird. How about now? Is that better? Oh, there's that black screen for you. Alright, well, I don't know. I fixed it. I don't know why it was turned off. But, I don't know. Did you die? I broke it. No, it wasn't you. I switched to a scene that had no display on it. That's why it was black. So I've got my microphones on a separate scene, and then I've got the microphones. Like, I can show you in OBS here, right? So I've got all microphones. Hey, Electric Mindset, thank you for the second gift sub of the stream. Very much appreciate that. So I've got all my microphones on one scene, and I can't show you that because it'll make the screen go black, but I've got two microphones as sources, and then I've got the scene as a source here, right? And then what it does is it mutes the microphones. If I go into studio mode, then I think I can hit this, yeah, and it doesn't break it. So you can see here, this one's supposed to turn on and that one's supposed to turn off, and that's not what happened. Or maybe it did, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'll need to take a look at that. It worked last time I fucked with it. You use voice mod for voices? Yeah, I just used a VST. I just use a VST, but you can't just like turn on and off VSTs with Mix It Up, but you can turn on and off scenes. Lot Lizard, please come to the principal's office. You were expelled long ago. I forget that the voice is like that, but I think it ended, right? But it's probably still like that now because I did it manually. But the phone's gone, so I should switch it back. Some people don't like it. Some people are like, that's annoying. I can't hear what you're saying. So I'm gonna switch it back. So now it should be back to normal. But yeah, that's weird that it didn't like switch what I thought it was gonna switch. I kind of want to try it again, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't really want to fuck with it. I never went, but I graduated. I was the same way. Lottie, you can't smoke cigs on school grounds. Dude, we were allowed to smoke just off the school grounds. Like, as long as we weren't on the football team. Like, they called it the post. I don't know why they called it the post. There was no post there. They just called it the post. Everyone would go to the post and smoke. So they would just walk just off of school property and smoke there. And it was crazy because the principal's office window was like the closest window to the post. So the principal could watch the people smoke, right? And then one day I'm out there smoking, and this football player was out there with me bumming a smoke off me. And sure enough, the principal walks up, just walks outside, walks up, walks just off school property and says like, "Hey Rick, you're fine. But Vance, what are you doing smoking? You're on the football team. You're not allowed to do that." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put it out." He didn't get in trouble, but they wouldn't let him continue smoking. But I was fine. I could just keep smoking. But it sucked because you couldn't smoke weed there because the principal was watching, right? Maybe that's why they let people do that. But so what people would do is they would smoke in their cars, right? Because if you were, or no, you weren't allowed to leave for lunch either, which is weird. But you could just like walk out and leave and like hope that you didn't get a detention for it. And sometimes you would, sometimes you wouldn't. It was really weird. I'm gonna snooze the ad that's coming up. You had the sack for smoking. It was made 21 to smoke here before I was in high school. Interesting. I was smoking at 14, lol. Hey Shrimp, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Loud Lizard, says we pulled the "Hey Buddy" outside of stores. I did that for a bit. It didn't work too well. You know what did work though? Going to NA meetings and asking them to buy cigarettes for you. That always worked. They never said no. And if you just asked to bum a smoke, they would bum a smoke. If you said, like after the meeting, like, "Hey, do you mind getting me a pack of cigarettes?" They would totally do it for you. They'd even buy you a carton if you had the money. And then we would go to coffee shops after the NA meetings and just smoke cigarettes and drink coffee all night after the NA meeting at like Denny's or something like that. I met a lot of cool people that way. I had a lot of friends that were like adults in NA while I was still like in high school. People in NA don't really judge you. They're very non-judgmental. Denny's all night did the same. Yeah. Or like a truck stop or Baker's Square. There was this place we used to go to called Downers Delight in Downers Grove. Yeah, we went to a few different coffee shops and just smoked cigarettes and drank coffee all night. Sometimes they'd make you buy something, so I get like a bagel. A truck stop, lol. Where the lot lizards are. Hey, you never know. No, the truck stop we used to go to was this truck stop called Our Place in Morris. And it's like a really well-known truck stop. There's a map on there where people like put like a thumbtack or whatever in. Or not a thumbtack, but like a pin. Like a pin of where they came from. And there's like pins it's like a world map. And there's pins from all over the world that have been to this truck stop. It's fucking crazy. And it's like lined with antiques. Like there's just fucking, it almost looks like an antique shop, but they're not for sale. It's just like random shit. And even the tables are made out of it. I'm gonna snooze the ad another time. Yeah, 21 everywhere now, pretty sure. I didn't realize that. I had no idea it was 21 to smoke cigarettes. You're a girl, so it worked. Yeah, I mean, I was able to get cigarettes that way a couple times, but also you had to be careful because like cops would come in and you'd get in trouble, you know? Like it never happened to me, but it happened to people I knew. Where they inadvertently ask an off-duty cop to buy them cigarettes and they're like, you realize I'm a cop, right? They're like, I did not realize that. He worked graveyards as a Shari's, which is basically a Sherry's, which is basically a Denny's. I got you. The adults got in trouble. LOL. The adults got in trouble for selling you cigarettes? For buying them for you? Yeah, that's intense. I was always like afraid to buy shit for minors. But like when I was a minor, like no one was afraid to buy me shit. It was crazy. I'd be in the car waiting and like the gas station attendant can clearly see me. And then they get in the car and they fucking give me the cigarettes, you know? Like, I give them the money, they go in, they give me the cigarettes, like... But yeah, personally, I was always very afraid to help out minors. Like, I was not about that. Justwell says, my parents were smokers, so they had a full pack for me every morning before school. Jeez. My buddy was like that. His mom would hook us up with cigarettes, and if we ran out, we would raid her cigarettes, or she would just go out and buy us cigarettes. And back then, you could actually afford a carton. So we'd have a fucking carton for like the weekend. Because we were underage, 15 years old and on. We got alcohol and cig that way at 14. Until we were all old enough to get them ourselves. And we knew stores that sold to underage kids. Yeah, I was gonna say that. There was a liquor store by me that would sell to pretty much anyone. And it's funny because my one buddy would drive all the way from like fucking 40 minutes away, or like 30 minutes away, 35 minutes away, just to get alcohol at this gas station that was like right by my house. Or it wasn't a gas station, it was a liquor store. All my friends, Justwell says, all my friends were just waiting for me to get to school. Oh yeah, because he'd bum them smokes. A pack of smokes was $1.50 when I was 15 years old. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. It was like $2.50 for me. But I was in a different location. Here they used to sell single cigs. Yeah, I seen that shit in Chicago. But, you know, and in Italy, they had half packs of cigarettes. I thought that was really interesting. Like 10 cigarettes instead of 20. Bet I could probably be some people's dad here. I think we're about the same age, Justwell. I'm 40. Yeah, Seagoat's a youngin', not to call him out. You were born in 79, holy shit. Alright, we're not the same age. I was in 85, so you're what, 6 years older than me? Damn, dude, you are getting old. I'm young, what you mean? Oh yeah, Lot Lizard's young too. Totally. Oh, I cannot snooze the ad anymore. It's gonna start in 3 minutes. For those of you who aren't subbed, I'm apologizing preemptively for that. 1946. Damn, yeah, old man over here. When your birth year starts with 19. Hey, a lot of us were born in the late 1900s here. Young at heart, there you go. I still act like a 16-year-old. Oh no, haters. Am young though. I am young though. Facts. I just read am young. The 80s were legit. I remember the 80s. Not very well, but I remember them. Alright, so I think I should start doing something with this. I don't know if I should work on the tiles for this, or I don't know, it's probably gonna look different. I don't know. Let's export this. So I'm gonna go file export as. So what we can do is export it once by duplicating this and then deleting one of the frames on the other. That way we've got 2 frames here. I'm gonna save this, export as PNG 100% visible layers, and I think it should do both frames. Yeah. Do you want to overwrite the following file? Yes. Yep. Okay. So now we've got 2 frames. Now I can open up the project. And I did already start a project for it. And the ad's starting in like 40 seconds. Just a heads up on that again. I assume Lottie was in AI. You right, but you're not supposed to tell people. I remember no cell phones and no internet. It was a different time. Yeah, I remember that. I mean, that wasn't even that long ago. It doesn't feel like, you know, like, because I didn't have a cell phone until I was in high school. Like, I was like a junior in high school when I got a cell phone. It was like halfway through junior year. It wasn't even like the start of junior year. Or maybe, you know what, maybe it was, I think it might have been the summer between junior and senior year, because it was warm out. I think it was summer when I got my phone. I didn't have a phone until senior year. But yeah, my mom's boyfriend had a car phone in like 93 or something like that, 94. He never fucking used it, but he had one. Where I live, people didn't really have internet until like 95. Yeah, that's about the same for the States, I think. Around 95, AOL was fucking everywhere, right? 94, it was available, but not everyone had it. By 95, a lot of people had it. Lalazu says, I was created to cause chaos here. Then it grew slowly. Yeah, it was about 1994, 95 that we got the internet. I remember getting our first VHS machine. Was so epic. See, all that shit was already around when I was born. We had a Betamax and a VHS already on the shelf when I was born. At least I don't remember. I don't have memories of it not being there. The car phone was like a status symbol, like you had money. Yeah, but like it was ridiculous and stupid to buy. And also this dude didn't really have money. I mean, he wasn't like super broke or anything like that, but he wasn't rich by any means. And he didn't drive for work or anything like that. But he did get a cell phone as soon as the Motorola's were like popular. I remember calling my weed dealer's pager. That's hilarious. Yeah, I remember using my mom's pager. She would be like, take the pager with you. And if there's an emergency, page 911 or something like that, right? Call me and page me 911 if there's an emergency. That way I know it's you. Right? Like this whole thing. So true, car phone status, never had one. And finding a payphone to call. Oh yeah, and dialing collect. You dial 1-800-collect, and then they'd say like, what's your name? And you're like, Mom, pick me up, I'm at the gas station. You're like, Mom, I'm at the bowling alley, pick me up, I'm ready to go. You just say it really fast. And then like they wouldn't have to, you wouldn't have to pay the charges then, because it would just be like, do you accept the call from Mom, I'm at the bowling alley, pick me up. You weren't born yet when the iPhone came out? Shut up. Shut up. I don't believe that. I was 7 when the iPhone came out. Lot Lizard wasn't born yet. You're not even 21 yet, damn. Crazy to think my kids have never lived without tablets and phones. My daughter knew how to swipe before she could walk for sure. I did that a ton. Yeah, the 800 collect. We had a baby Savoy. Yeah, that was a commercial. That's right. I forgot about that shit. That's hilarious. That would be a good one for retro commercial night on Puke's 7 stream. Seago says, okay, I gotta go. Oh, well, thank you for dropping in, Seago. Thank you for those bits. I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a great night. Take care. I will raise my kids in a burrow. They won't know technology until they are 36. Puke 7, love that dude. Yeah, Puke 7's dope. Yeah, see you, Seago. Alright, so I'm gonna put the assets in. Where are they? Is it this one? No. Not that one. There it is. I was like, where is it? It needed to update. Alright, so we've got this one and this one now. So we'll copy those. We'll paste them here. And now there's 3 of them. So this is, I'll show you what I had before, and I was just like, we were like just hashing out ideas, and we decided to go in a different direction. Because at first we were thinking about doing something like what's that game? My streamer waifu hates me, or I hate my streamer waifu, I think it's called, something like that. So hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hey there, what's up? Yo, smiley face. And that's where I stopped, because I was like, man, this is just not gonna work like that. It's already like going over what was already written. But instead now we've got this. We can remove all of this stuff. I'll just get rid of that completely. Yeah, good luck with that, LOL. When you have a PC and a PS. So then we'll make another scene, and this scene will be the other one, right? And then what we'll do is we'll add a button, attach button to script, and then we'll use start. Yeah, maybe start to change the scene to that one. But instead what we should really do is store the scene to stack first. So what that does, the stack is like saved scenes, so that way you can like open up a menu and then close the menu and go back right to where you were. And that will be useful because we'll have a different scene for each NPC, right? So this would be NPC 1, and this one would be an NPC docs or file. NPC 1, and oh, this should be NPC 1 file, right? And then that way we can adjust what their things are without having to manually type in all of the tile swaps for each one, because that would be a huge pain in the ass. It's a lot easier to just write it in Asprite and then have a bunch of different scenes. Gotta sleep so I can wake up and work for the man. Thanks for the awesome stream, Rick. Chat later, all. Yeah, thanks for dropping in, Just Wall. Always appreciate you being here. And I hope to see you on Hightail one of these times. Shoot me a message on Discord if you get that set up. We could set up a time to play it together or something like that. I'd be down. But yeah, take care. Have a great night. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Appreciate it. I keep that stuff in the house, Lottie. They live in the burrow. Oh, jeez. Fuck the man. Agree. Have a good night. See you, Just Wall. Gonna work that out. We'll hit you up if I fail. Yeah, let me know. Let me know how it goes. Either way. Later, Tim. Yeah. And then on this one, we'll make it so button is pressed. Attach button. We'll use the start button again, and that will restore the previous scene from the stack. That way you can move between the two. This is set to transparent, but what we want instead is a cursor. So the best way to do this is to make like an arrow. Like that, maybe? Maybe like that. Or maybe... like that. I think that might be what we need. Although, do we even really need an arrow? Because it'll oh yeah, because we wanna do something with these zones. Whoops. So yeah, I'll just save this as cursor 1. Rick will just say, well, that sucks, it could be worse, lol. Good luck hitting him up. You gotta learn sometime, lol. My favorite, he tells me constantly. Oh, I feel like there should be pixel there, maybe. I don't know, that looks weird now. Well, that looks weird. Alright, that's what it'll be. Alright, so we've got our cursor. I'll copy that. We've got sprites here. That's not the right one. Why is it not taking me to the right thing? So now there's a cursor there. I'm just kidding, Slick Rick. I don't know if I believe you on that. Oh, this one actually doesn't need a cursor, but this one does. Why does that look ugly. I don't remember drawing it like that. What happened there? I don't know. It looks worse when it's small. Anyways, let's go to sprites here. Find cursor. And what we're gonna do is change the collision size of it. So it's like 4 pixels. And then we'll change the position of it. So it's like that. And that should work. And then these would be triggers. And I'm not sure what it would do when you click on it. We could have it go to a completely different scene where it's like zoomed in, or we could try to make it so either it swaps the tiles or puts a sprite on the screen. And I'm not really sure. We could do just like a target. I don't lie, stay in space, don't move, LMAO, good times. Are you feeling nostalgic towards our playtime? Our game playing? Our team hot mess. There you go. So I think what we'll do for now is just have like a sprite that pops up. Maybe like a warning symbol. Why does that look bad? What happened here? There we go. Maybe like that. Oops. I guess that wouldn't work like that. What are we dealing with on the other one? There's no white there, so it should stand out pretty well. So on enter, so each zone would have a variable, right? And there's 8 zones. Either that or we could make one variable. No, because then, wait, yeah, could there be more than one issue? Probably, right? I'm thinking about the best way to code this. So if we're trying to make a sprite like appear, no, maybe we should only do one because then we don't have to worry about having more than one sprite. Alright, so yeah, we'll do a variable for each box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll just make, we don't need this game clock one anymore. So we'll do body part head. Body part right arm, because it's there, right? Body part left arm. Oh no, this would be the chest. Body, oh. All right, so now that we've got that, we should just copy, because they're all going to be different anyways. Oops, made that too big. All right, so on enter, we'll do if variable value, let's copy this event and do the head first. So we'll just type in head. If body part head equals 1, then we're going to set the actor position. So we'll just put that here in the corner, and we'll set it to transparent. And we'll name it body warning, and then we'll say if it's set to 1, position, so set actor position, and we'll move it right there. Set actor animation, no, sprite sheet to, and we want this to be body warning to warning. And then on leave, we want sprite sheet body warning transparent. And then we want to add this to each one. Did I copy it? Copy it. And then paste it. I'll just paste them all. That one's already got it, but delete it and paste it again. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the next one, and we're gonna do right arm, and then we'll change the position to the right arm. Like right there, maybe. We'll do this one. We'll change it to chest. We'll change the position. We'll just move it down to right there. And then this one, we'll change it to left arm. Change the position to down there. This one, we'll do right leg. Change the position. Right there. This one, left leg, and we'll change the position. Oops. So there. Right foot. And then left foot. Alright, and the other thing we want to do is make sure that this thing doesn't have a collision on it. So we'll turn off the colliders, set actor collisions disabled. So that way the cursor won't have to dodge it or anything like that. Alright, so now we'll save it and we'll test it out. Oh, and so yeah, right now it's always going to be 0, so we need to decide if it's going to be have an issue or not. So we'll do the logic for that. We'll do a we'll need to make a variable just for that. I mean, I guess we could use like a local variable, but it's less confusing if we use a static variable. So this will be body warning bar. We'll just call it bar, so we know that it's a bar, so it's less confusing for anyone else. So yeah, here we're going to use math function, and we'll do body warning bar set to random, and the value will be 1 through, I don't know, 16. No, we'll do 32. No, we'll do 64. And then, so it should be a multiple of 8 is something that I've learned. So we've got 1 through 64, and then afterwards we'll say if variable value, and then we'll do that body warning. If this is greater than or equal to, I guess it would just be greater than 32. I'm not sure which one it would be. Would it be greater than or equal to, or greater than? So if we're starting at 1, then 32 would be the first half. After 32 would be the second half. So I think it would be greater than. Well, man, thank you so much for the stream. It really helped me relax after work. Time for me to find some grub and head to bed. I'll catch another stream soon. Cool. Thank you for dropping in Electric Mindset. I really appreciate those gift subs. Always appreciate you being here. I hope you have a wonderful night. And I'm glad that I could help you wind down. I hope you sleep amazingly. Alright, so we got that going, and then so now we've decided if it's above 32, then it will be, then we need to randomly decide which body part is going to be hit, right? So there's 8 different body parts. We could do a switch. And you know, I think it'd be easier for me mathematically if it's less than or equal to, because then I can just do, oh, you know what, we don't want to do a switch, do we?
Hey, listen.
Ias, welcome in. Hey, ignore me, I'm just trying to catch up, because the Discord is overwhelming. Word, alright, yeah, so, basically we were thinking about doing, and this is just, you know, obviously I'm just prototyping here, but basically we were talking about doing that first idea we had, that you came up with about the airport, except instead of doing an airport, it's like a VTuber event, and we're like checking the VTubers against credentials, right? So we've got the credentials here, and then we've got what's going on here, right? So the face will be like, this is like the NPC walks in, and we check to see if their face is the same on the file, and then we check the name is the same, the eye color, the hair color, the height, and then favorite thing, I don't know, I'm just like throwing things out there, right? Just so we have something to work with. We can always change it. Okay, that works. Like event security, yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking. And of course, like I said, this is all just like hypothetical, right? We were just kind of chatting about it, so it's all up in the air still. And then these are things, again, like we could change them out if we think of better things for it. I just wanted to have something in there. So like if they're attending, so if someone says that they're not attending but the NPC is like there, then that's an issue, right? It's highly likely I don't have time at all, by the way. Circumstances changed again. I'm fine, just sad about it. Oh, you won't be able to work on the jam anymore? Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry to hear that. That's too bad. But yeah, we're just thinking about things that we could possibly do here. There is an ad. I'm gonna snooze it if I get to it in time. Snooze it. But that's too bad. Yeah, I was excited to work with you. Yeah, it's pretty typical timing. I was excited about this, and I don't want to drop out just in case, but I really can't find the time. Oh, I'm sorry about that. All my time is dedicated to finding a home. That's understandable. That's understandable. I know how that is. If you're like, you know, in between spots, that makes it really hard to work on a game jam. And obviously that's not your fault, so I totally understand. Do what you gotta do, you know? Put yourself first, always. And make sure that you're in a good spot. I'll be thinking of you, you know? I wish you luck in your search for a home. And hopefully you find something soon, you know? Maybe reach out to some friends, see if they can you know, hook you up with a couch at least for a little bit, or you know, maybe find a roommate through a friend. Like there was a time where I was couch surfing for a bit, and I had a few different friends that had some couches, and it was cool because I could just like go between these few people that lived in the same neighborhood, and I could like literally walk to their houses and stuff, which was really cool. But at some point, the person whose attic I was living in, on their futon, they were like, hey, you know, you need to get a job. And then so I was like, all right, yeah, I'll go get a job. So I got a job, and then they're like, hey, our friend is looking for a roommate, you should move out. And I was like, all right, I can take a hint. So then that's how I found a roommate. And I lived there for a few months, and then I ended up moving out to Yellowstone after that. I kind of missed that roommate. He was a really cool roommate to have, although he was like really into drugs. He was like really into drugs. But he was a fun guy. He was super cool. He actually showed me FTL. I didn't know about FTL. He's like, you're a game developer and you like indie games, but you don't know about FTL and you like sci-fi? Like, what's wrong with you? I need to show you this game right now. So he showed it to me, and I watched him play. You know, he like put my name in there, and I was blown away. He had this big projection screen and this big couch, and he would play games. He had a PS4, and it was still pretty new at the time, and played a lot of games on this big projection screen with this huge sound system, always fucking way louder than it needed to be, all like deep into the night. I've reached out to everyone, deaf ears, whole family gone, really sad. Oh, that is sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm on my own. Thankfully I have my own house, because otherwise, yeah, it's hard to put yourself in that situation. I'm sorry to vent this, but I'm legit angry about it. I didn't get diagnosed till last year, and I've been with someone for a decade. Now I'm on my ass in January in Manchester. I'm trying to do everything myself. Call every office, do all the bureaucracy. I can do it, but I can't do anything else. That makes sense. You gotta, I know how it is when times are rough. You just gotta like focus on getting all of your ducks in a row and making sure that you're taken care of. You know, that's important. I totally understand. You know, that's life happens. Life be lifing, right? And oh, there's an ad about to start, but I really hope that you find something soon. I almost fully packed last night. But yeah, there is an ad starting any second, and I can't snooze it, so sorry about that in advance. Cryptic, yo, what's up? Welcome in, Cryptic. Hope you're doing well. And feel free to vent, Ias, and feel free to post it in the group chat, or even DM me, and we can chat about it. I know that you're busy and stuff, so don't feel like you need to respond or you know, dip into it too soon or at any time. But when you have the time and you feel like chatting, I'm all ears. You know, I'd like to be there for you. There's not a whole lot I can do from here, but I'm rooting for you for sure. Loud Loser says, yeah, my life is a dumpster fire, so go for it. I don't think your life is a dumpster fire. You've got a house, that's pretty cool. I says, thanks Rich, I appreciate it. I mostly forget who my connections are. My memory falls out my ass. Ads. Yeah, sorry for that, ads. Oh, Rick, lol. It could be worse, Lot Lizard. It could be worse. Could always be worse. So 32 divided by 8 is what, 4? No, that's not right, is it? Wait, no, that is right. So if it's less than 4, then we do variable value, and we'll do head equals 1. So if it's greater than 4, but less of, that's not what I want to do, but less than or equal to 8, Wait, this one should be less than or equal to. Less than or equal to 4. Then it does that. And this one is more than 4, less than or equal to 8 is going to be the right arm. You know my life. Oh, anonymous gifter gifted Aya a sub. Oh, well, that's very, very kind. Thank you, anonymous gifter. But yeah, we should be back from the ads. And IS, I did read what you said. I'll read it again. Thanks, Rick. I appreciate it. Mostly just forget who my connections are. My memory falls on my ass. I have the same issue. I really have trouble remembering, like, who my connections are or who would even be helpful to me. Who would be willing to help me, especially when it comes to, like, looking for work and stuff like that. Like, yeah. Appreciate it. Ads are enough for me to just put the phone down at the moment. I hear you. Yeah, it's really hard to sit through ads, for sure. Lot Lizard hates the ads, yeah. Yeah, people don't realize I'm legitimately disabled because I've gotten so good at covering. Lot Lizard says, I bitch constantly, lol. And if I uncover it, they just disappear on you. Well, I'm not sure the best way to say what I'm thinking or what I'm trying to say here, but like, don't let it get you down, right? I know that's difficult, but everyone has issues, whether they let you see it or not. Everyone's got issues. So just because someone like pulls a ninja vanish on you doesn't mean that they don't have issues, and they might be unable to reflect on their own issues, and it's probably their issue that they're incapable of looking at. That when you're honest about your issues, it reminds them of their issue, and that's why they leave, perhaps. It could be different for everyone, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault if someone else vanishes. People do that, and it's sad, it hurts, but that is not on you, that is on them. That's a reflection of who they are, right? You know, if I have a friend for years and then they just decide that like they don't want to be friends anymore, like, first of all, I can't hold that against them because I don't know what they're really going through, right? Second of all, it's not a reflection of me, it's a reflection of them. And I don't know what they're going through to really understand what's going on, but I do know that it's not my fault that they chose to leave, right? Because people make mistakes. I make mistakes, everyone makes mistakes. And if you're a friend, then you're okay with the mistakes. You realize that they made a mistake and you let them learn from it. You repair the friendship, you know? And if someone's not capable of doing that, that's not on you. That's definitely not on you. So you just keep that in mind. Sorry, I chatted a lot there. Let me catch up. I know, I just don't think I have anyone that can help me out, to be honest. Rick is best at seeing the bright side. I dwell in negative thinking. I dwell in equilibrium usually. Thank you, Rick. He's always cheering me up, poor guy, lol. I live in dread, lol, legit. I guess I thought I had connections this time, but I probably didn't put enough effort in with anyone. Again, when you're at a low point in your life, it's really easy to see everything else as like a mistake or a fuck up or like a scenario that you put yourself in. But honestly, that's not always the truth. Sometimes circumstances suck, and that's not on you either, right? If you did, you know, the best you could at that moment, then you did the best you could at that moment, you know? And of course, if you legitimately feel like there's things that you could do to improve, sometimes it's good to reflect on yourself and realize that everyone can improve. So yeah, sure, work on yourself, never stop working on yourself, but that doesn't mean that you're not valuable as a friend, or, you know, that these people aren't missing out, because they are. But also, if they're not able to help you at this moment, sometimes that's not their fault. Sometimes that's just strictly circumstantial, right? And it doesn't have to do with the way you treated them a lot of the times. That's just the way things are right now. Like, I know in the States right now, there's just not a lot of work for anyone. People who have been professionals for their whole lives are having trouble working, you know? So going and expecting all of your friends to help you find work is just not a good expectation to have right now, because people are having trouble finding work for themselves, let alone other people, right? Where 10 years ago, maybe it was a little bit easier. But then again, 20 years ago, it was a pain in the ass because the economy was shit 20 years ago. So like, you know, it depends. Or I guess not 20 years ago, 18 years ago. But yeah, don't be too hard on yourself. Yeah, I do turn on myself pretty fast. I beat myself up bad and torture myself, so I hear it all day, every day. LOL, it's exhausting. I think I'll be permanently happier if I do all this by myself, because it'll bring my rock bottom up. It's not my expectation. I was looking for a couch, Rick. Not even that. People suck. As it stands, 1st March, I'm on the street. I'm reading. Sorry. Yeah, sorry it took me a second to catch up with chat there. Don't be at all. Yeah, so I mean, I realize that you're looking for a couch. Sometimes that's hard. Sometimes people don't have that, right? Sometimes people aren't ready to bring things into their lives, and there's like a good age for that. But a lot of it revolves around the economy and what everyone else is doing, you know, because you know, once you hit like fucking 35 or something like that, most of your friends have kids and they don't want to fucking deal with staying on the couch, right? So like, that's rough. That's if you're still out there like hoping that your friends are gonna have a couch for you when all of your friends have kids and they're married, like that's just not gonna happen. Everyone's at a different point in their life. And then this sucks because not everyone has family, and I know what that's like, but a lot of people do have family and they rely on their family a lot, and it's almost expected that if someone has family that they rely on their family. So some people might not be as understanding to open up a couch because they might think like, well, why don't they just go live with their folks? But if they don't know that you don't have that option, that's like a whole nother thing, right? Of course, if they do know, then it might just be that they don't have a couch, you know? But yeah, keep looking. Things will open up for you, you know? It becomes a job, but you have to do that job, and you will feel better once you pull yourself up from your own bootstraps. It definitely changes your outlook on life, and kind of shows you what's important. I'm not saying that you don't know, but I'm more talking from my own personal experience, that like you learn a lot when you're like living paycheck to paycheck, or like you know, needing a place to live, needing a place to work, that kind of stuff. You learn a lot about yourself, about society, about what's most important. And it can be beneficial. It sucks. It's not easy. Definitely a rough spot to be in, but it can be beneficial in the long run. Oh, they have it, and they've offered the help prior. Nobody wants to hear it or deal with anyone. I do. That's what makes me so sad. But we'll say they will until it comes time to, then everybody gone. I'm gonna just ask my friend Kate. She's retired, living alone. We spend a lot of time talking crap. I'd pay her, of course. She might be okay to help me out for another month. You'll find that one true friend that will. Always the one you least expect. Yeah, I have an inkling, but I'm scared to ask him. Don't be. I won't have the luxury of fear soon. Yeah, don't be afraid. You know, just keep in mind that if there's someone that you care about, don't be upset if they don't have something for you. Right? Because you don't want to lose friends over it, and you know, you have to recognize that, like, everyone's different, and we're all in different parts in our lives, right? So like, I don't know, obviously it's really stressful for you, and you're at a point where you're like in dire need, but someone
There's an old Talaxian song my
Lord
mother used to
Rayers,
sing me as
welcome
a
in.
child. I'm gonna sing it to you every day from now on. It goes.
Sorry, but yeah, what I was trying to say is that when other people aren't in a dire situation, they might not realize how dire your situation is, and that's, you know, I don't know, it sucks to be at like a different point, you know, but all you can do is like learn from their mistakes and, you know, be helpful as you can when you're in the situation to help people, you know. Some people are just not into that, right? It's like, for me, it's really hard for me to live with a roommate. Like, I totally understand if someone doesn't want to live with me, because I don't really like having a roommate either. But when push comes to shove and you need a place and you can't afford your own place, like, a roommate is helpful, you know? And when the shoe's on the other foot and you have a place and all of a sudden your friend needs a place and you're in a situation where you can give them, you know, a spot on the floor, then that's what I did, you know? When I was living in Phoenix, living in the ghetto, had a one-room apartment, barely enough room for myself. My buddy got kicked out of his house for growing weed. His mom caught him growing weed, got kicked out of his house. He needed a place to stay. And, you know, he probably had enough money to buy an apartment. He just didn't want to deal with all of that, and knew that his mom would let him back eventually, you know? So I let him crash on the floor for a few months. And sure enough, his mom let him back eventually. So, and he helped pay the rent. It was only like $800 a month for both of us, but like, it helped me a lot, because I didn't have a job at the time. So I had more money to help me look for work and pay for groceries and that kind of stuff. You won't know until you ask, and they're probably happy to help. I have RSD. There is only so many times I can hear no in one day. Valid, but when you hear yes, it means so much more. Real friends know how hard it is for you to ask, and will recognize that. They're the true people to keep. Lot Lizard, you're being so positive. I'm so proud of you. I've left so many friends and fam. I've let so many friends and fam stay with me while they were in between apartments or houses, etc. Oh, Weslow, I never looked at what you wrote. I should look at that before I dig deeper into what I'm working on here. And yes, that does answer my question, so thank you very much for answering. Lalazu says, I'm great at being positive for others, lol, but myself, no. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta like see yourself from an outside perspective, I guess, right? Like be a friend to yourself. That's so real, I'm awful to myself. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'd say fake it till you make it kind of mentality almost. Like I used to have a really negative outlook on everything. Other people, myself, anything. It was all very negative. And I had this like really negative internal monologue, very cynical and just bitter and like very angsty and just like almost downright mean at times to myself and to the situation, and like, you know, I'd poo-poo on other people's fun, and just like it was impossible for me to have a good time. And eventually I just had to like rewire my thinking completely, and the more that I did it for myself and for other people, it was able to do it. Just like the more I did it, the better I got at it, right? And now I find myself as a positive person. If something goes wrong, I immediately think of ways that I can still benefit from it, ways that it could have been way worse, so it's actually not that bad. Like I just had to rewire my thinking, you know? Instead of saying like, oh, I have to do this now, I say I get to do this because I live in a world that has all of these fantastic things that exist, and I get to experience all of those things, but only if I do this thing that needs to be done. So is it worth it to do the thing that I don't want to do? Of course it is, because then I get to do all of the things that I do want to do. So I don't know, it's difficult. It took a long time for me. Like I say a long time, it took like 20 years for me to like turn my thinking around, probably longer. Because it was like baby steps at first. Trying to see where I was at chat. That's what I do. I'm bad. I torture my damn self 24/7. My faking is black and white though. Then I started streaming. I was like, I can't show this side of me to the public, and so the gaslighting began. And bother Rick for his positive advice. I'm either the nicest person you'll ever meet, I am dark and manipulating my way into your bank account. Whoa. And I refuse to do the latter to my friends this time. Yeah, I didn't see that coming. Oh god, Rick, see myself through others. Oh no, you do see how people perceive me, right? BRB, yeah, take your time, Ias. Nice work catching the Wooloo, Lord Ray. Oh, you're back. That was quick. I'm the queen of playing it off like I'm good. I'm fine. LOL. I live in the darkness. Well, it's like It's not easy, it's difficult, right? But it's not going to get better if you only see the negative stuff. The way I look at it, and this is kind of woo-woo, right? But like, you kind of manifest a lot of your own surroundings. Right? So like, if you have negative energy just like coming from you all the time in every direction, everything you do is negative this, negative that, that's what's going to be attracted to you. You're going to be attracted to negative people, negative energy, negative emotion, negative circumstance, and you won't be able to find your way out until you learn how to kind of flip the script and rewire your thinking and start attracting positive people, positive emotions, you know, positive learning experiences and circumstances and stuff like that. And a lot of it is just perspective. A lot of it is downright just perspective. There's always good to be had from any situation, but it takes a lot of creativity to find that sometimes, especially when you're at your lowest, when things are going not your way, when everything seems like it's against you. That's the hardest time to see the light, but there still is positive stuff that is there, and a lot of it is perspective. If you know me at all, you never have to preempt woo-woo. I am woo-woo incarnate. I only put positivity out until I hit a wall. I fill everybody's cup, everybody else's cup, but nobody fills mine. It's exhausting, I hear you. I just messaged Kate. Well, I'm proud of you. I hope it goes well. Good for you, Sam. Yeah, I don't know, like, the way I look at it is that you can't help other people until you've helped yourself. You just won't be as good at it. You'll do a much better job helping other people if you're not in need of help yourself, right? My mom used to say this thing, and it's funny because I tried to explain this to my mom a long time ago, and it didn't click with her until she was on a flight and heard them say that you have to put your own air mask on before you put your child's air mask on. And it was kind of an epiphany for her, right? Because like, you would think like, you care about your kid, put the kid's air mask on first. But it's a much better situation for everyone if the adult puts it on first, right? So first of all, like, the child seeing it on the adult is going to help the situation a lot more, right? It's going to make the child not fear as much, like, just from a logical standpoint, right? But also, like, knowing how to put the mask on yourself is going to help you put it on your child, right? Not to mention, like, if the cabin loses air pressure and you don't have the oxygen, and your kid doesn't either, like, it's going to be hard to put the mask on your kid if you can't even breathe, right? So I don't know. Keep disconnecting. Sorry, no worries. Let me know if you missed something that I said. But basically, I'm just trying to say that you're going to do a better job of helping other people if you're not in need of help yourself. Lot Lizard was saying that she fills everybody else's cup up, but no one fills hers. So the thing is that you have to fill your own cup. We do have another ad starting in like 2.5 minutes here. Just a heads up. My snoozes are all gone. It is a short ad, like 2-minute ad break. But yeah. So if you're expecting other people to fill your cup, it's just not going to happen. You have to be your own best friend. You have to be your own, you know, like, I don't know. I've been single for a long time. I know this is kind of personal, but I've been single for a long time. And some people are like, how do you fucking do it? How are you single for as long as you've been? Like, not saying like, why are you single, but like, how do you manage by yourself? And the thing is that I treat myself how I would want to treat someone that I love, how I would want them to treat me, right? I become my own spouse in a way. I am married to myself. I don't put myself above other people any more than what's natural, but it is natural to fulfill your own needs, right? For a long time, I was the same way, where it was just like put everyone else first, and I don't really care about myself, so whatever happens to me is what I deserve. And I truly believed that. And it hurt me a lot. It hurt me in finding jobs. It hurt me in, you know, finding networks, and in my career, and like even, you know, my talents and skills, right? All of that stuff was hurt because I didn't put myself first, right? But once you've put yourself first to a point where you no longer need help, then you can help people. And it's a lot easier to do it because you don't have that weight saying like, oh, I really need to help myself, but this person needs help and I don't really care about myself, so I'm going to help the person that I care about and hope maybe someone will help you. It's never going to work that way. I mean, don't get me wrong, you could get lucky and someone might help you, but it's never a good idea to rely on the help of others. Ask for it when you need it. You know, accept it when you can, and be grateful of it for sure, always, but never expect it to be there. Be the help that you need, you know, be the helper for yourself, and then eventually you'll be able to be there for other people. Super Internet Gur, no one is gonna help me, and I need to keep telling myself this. It quells the fire. It's absolutely true. There was some author who said there's no knight in shining armor that's gonna help you. So you have to buckle down and do it yourself. And it's sad, it sucks. It's a lot easier to think like, oh, someone's just gonna come along and save me, but that doesn't happen. It never happens. Yeah. I asked no one and don't want it because people just use it against you. I'm asking Kate because she's legitimately a human ball of light, and I'm asking her from my kick-out date. Right on. Well, yeah, I would say, oh, there's the ad. So sorry for that. On a contractual basis, right? Sorry for the ad. I will type that in chat. The ads always seem to come at the worst times. But Lot Lizard, I totally feel what you're saying. Sometimes people do use that against you. Oh, you're sub now. Okay, cool. I forgot. I already forgot. There's been so many gift subs today. I'm so grateful. It's hard to keep track of them at this point, which is good. I'm happy. I'm super grateful. Lot Lizard says sometimes you need help from others. They always say you can't do it alone, yada yada. I mean, sometimes you do need help, right? And that sucks. It's a shitty position to be in, to require someone else's aid. Sometimes you luck out, but it's not something that you should expect ever. You should always do what you can to like be there for yourself. It's the way life works. Think about it in the animal kingdom, right? If you're like, I don't know, there's like a bunch of rabbits in my neighborhood, right? What if the rabbits just, you know, didn't like take care of themselves, right? And they just expected food to get left out for them, right? They would die. They have to go from yard to yard and find the things that they can eat from the yard, like clover or whatever is growing in the yard, to get by. And they have to, like, you know, stay away from the yards that have dogs in them, because the dog will fucking kill them, right? If you don't watch out for dogs, the dogs will kill you, you know? We're not really that different from animals in the animal kingdom. We all need food, shelter, water, you know? And as adults in this civilization, like, that basically means we require money. And it's unfortunate. But we still need food, shelter, water, you know? And if we're in a situation where money can't get us those things, then we're in a situation, and we need to put ourselves in a better situation. That's all we can do. So what I'm hearing is bring back natural selection. Natural selection has never left us. Natural selection hasn't gone anywhere. Sometimes you need help. Oh, I already read that. Ask for help, don't be scared, because some things you can't do yourself. Just saying. Lot Lizard, that goes for you too, though. You need help, you need help. You gotta ask for it. Every situation is different, and some things require people to get help because they can't do it themselves. Just playing devil's advocate. Every situation is different. You're absolutely right. I tend to put myself in, like, a perspective of trying to see as many possible perspectives as possible in any given situation. And I found that to be the most useful. There are negative viewpoints sometimes, but as long as you outweigh them with positive viewpoints, you're still net positive as far as, you know, negativity and positivity is concerned. It's okay to have negative thoughts, especially if they're logical. A lot of times logical thoughts are negative, but you also have to have positive thoughts, and sometimes those positive thoughts are downright fantasy, and sometimes that's all you can do to raise your spirits, is think like, one day I'm gonna own my own game studio and it's gonna be profitable and people are gonna enjoy the games that I make, and you know, pay for them to a point where I can pay my bills by making games, and I won't have to go back to the regular workforce 9 to 5, clocking in and going to a call center or something like that. You know, sometimes you have to dream, and then other times you say, well, I tried that and it's not really working, and I think I should probably go back to a call center or something because I need the money, right? So, like, it's a balance. It's a big balance. Aya says, to be honest, what I'm hearing is that I can't actually oh, Taco Crepe, welcome in. Hope you're having a good morning, right? Or whatever it is there. Welcome in, Taco Crepe. We're getting on some life stuff. Yo, Rick, Ayas, Latla, side effects. So what Ayas wrote was, to be honest, what I'm hearing is that I can't actually do my unmasking right now after all. And I gotta pick and choose who gets to see me and harden up. I don't want to. That's just not me. So everyone's gonna be different on this, Ayas. You know, I definitely mask things. I'm not diagnosed with autism. I'm not sure that I have autism. I think autism is like a spectrum thing, so there's probably a little bit of autism in everyone. I don't know how autistic I am in that situation, but I do mask myself in ways. You know, my social anxiety, I'm masking it right now. The ADHD, I have triggers and what is the word for it? Tics, right? There's things that I do that are definitely things that people with ADHD do. I get sidetracked, you know, I go off on tangents, I bound my foot, my leg will start bouncing, you know. But there's this other side of me that doesn't want the world to know all of my faults, especially in work and in the workplace. I don't tell people that I was clinically depressed, you know, or that I was diagnosed with like psychosis when I was younger, right? Or that I went to adolescent rehab when I was like 14. You know, there's things that I don't tell people, especially when I'm like at a job interview or something like that. And sometimes I kind of treat life as a job interview. Sometimes you need to put your best foot forward, and that means, you know, presenting yourself in a way that people are ready to accept. And sometimes people are downright not accepting, and we have to accept them, and that's really fucking rough, but that's the way fucking life is. So I'm not saying hide yourself, but I am saying show yourself to the people that really matter to you, and don't put yourself in a position that's going to hurt you because you were open and honest to someone who used that or abused that, right? Because there are people that out there, and there's a hell of a lot of them, that are only in it for themselves. And most of those people, they don't even realize that they're only in it for themselves, right? Like, I'm saying, like, help yourself first before you can help other people. They forgot about the whole helping other people thing. They just care about helping themselves, and it's a game, and they want to be first. It's greed, you know, but it's also human nature, and it's also survival of the fittest, and it becomes putting other people down sometimes, or preying on other people's faults, finding weaknesses and exposing them to put yourself in a better position. And it's a fear-based thing. So people that are genuinely frightened people, they don't show that to the world, just like in the animal kingdom. They don't show that to the world in like by telling someone their fears. Instead, they show it to them by stepping on other people to make sure that they have the highest position that they can, that they're, you know, they look the best, they have the best situation, whatever it is. They live their lives by fear in that sense, right? I know that I kind of dove into that, so let me catch up on chat here. Lalazu said, I know I said I'm great at telling others LOL, but not myself. Aya says, I am extremely vulnerable at times and people just assume I'm fine. I can be tricked into all sorts of things. To be fair, Rick, also sometimes the positive thoughts stop you from taking action to eliminate the negative ones. Latlazud says, I'm the opposite. I trust no one and don't let anyone in. I'm super guarded and come off aggressive, LOL, but I'm really not. Aya says, me too at first, had to be. Latlazud says, are you overwhelmed? I'm always overwhelmed when it comes to social circumstances. I live in a bubble. I don't have a girlfriend or spouse. I've been single for like fucking ever, like 6 years or something like that. I pretty much only talk to game devs and people on stream, artists and that, and people who wander in here. I don't really go out, right? I go to game dev meetups, and that's about it. I'm really, really comfortable by myself. Like, so much that when like someone else's energy is there, it's really, really difficult for me to keep my energy up. Like, all of a sudden my energy has to like work around another energy, and it's so hard to just not do what I do when no one else is around, kind of thing. Like, my brain works differently than most people, and I just kind of like, I can just like zone out and just like sit there staring at the wall and just thinking, like meditating. And like, other people don't do that. Like, I don't know, it's I'm not like crazy, but people probably would think that if they like, you know, didn't know any better, right? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying anymore. I have social anxiety for sure. I don't know if I'm overwhelmed at the moment because I kind of put myself into this position quite a bit, especially in the last year. I've been streaming for a long time. But like a year and a half ago, yeah, I would have been nervous to have 10 people in chat talking to me at once, like especially about this type of like kind of deep personal stuff, right? It's not easy for me to talk about. I says my ADHD hyperfocus can be a person. That's always fun. Lizard says I have ADHD bad, LMAO, just chaos. I says yeah, I can't play life as a game anymore. I need to stay open-hearted. I know I do. Cyphic says I got ADHD but can manage it most of the time with planning ahead. I says I think taking on pain right now is just what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't have bad people in my life. I have 18 phone contacts left. I cut everyone who clearly doesn't care. You guys here are nicer to me than my family. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ayas. That's really sad. But I'm happy to be who I can for you. I mean, obviously, we're on other parts of the world, other time zones, and you know, we're as close as we can be, but we don't even know each other that well yet. You know, I mean, but yeah, I'm happy to be who I can for you. Yeah, to be honest, I storm around looking like I'm out to murder someone. Jeez. I can't get it. Or I can't get over. Lot Lizard says, I can't get overwhelmed and say fuck it. LOL, I cut people out quick and never look back. Taco says, I've met people that would go out of their way just to hurt someone. Grew up with a lot of them. Knowing these people exist makes me want to assess people first before I give them access to my life. Aya says, yeah, I'm assessing from now on. I cut my last tie to my family yesterday. I don't need them. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable by myself. Lot Lizard says, I take no shit from anybody, LMAO, but I'm blunt as fuck and people can't handle it, but yet I'm super social and usually always out, but my circle is small and I like it like that. I says some people invigorate me, like Kate and the guy I met. My family though, I never get energy from them ever. Same. I'm nice until I'm not. I will stomp a bitch, don't get me wrong. LMAO, ha, same. Cyphic says, I'm in a similar bubble. I talk to people on Twitch, hanging out off stream with some of them. Outside of that, I only interact with family or academic, which definitely makes my perception of reality odd. Lot Lizard says, I don't speak to my family since my dad died. You see how ugly people can be when someone dies. It's true. And I'm sorry for your loss. Lot Lizard says, and I'm totally good with it. I'm a shush. I'm swamping Rick in logs to read. Haha. No, don't worry. I'm enjoying the conversation. Lot Lizard says, I'm better off. Aya says, yeah. Lot Lizard says, I've known only those kinds of people. I'm sorry to hear it as well, Lizard. Sorry my processing's so delayed right now. I torture Rick all the time. Don't feel bad about it. Oh geez. Let me sip on some stuff. My throat's getting dry here. Excuse me. Alright, so I will say a few things there. I will say, my mom used to always say, blood is thicker than water, and I was just like, that is such bullshit. You know, if your family mistreats you, and your friends don't, like, obviously, like, there's an issue there. But as I've grown older, I kind of understand a little bit more how family works. And it's a shitty thing sometimes. Sometimes family is awesome, sometimes it's not. But deep down, family loves each other. They just show love in different ways. Everyone does. And when you're like, let's say you're remember back in high school or in college where you would get grouped with random team members, right? It's like that. It's literally like that. Like people place so much like I don't know the word for it, but people look at family like, oh, we're family, we're the same, we have like the same personalities. No, you're all it's all random. The fact that you live together and that you've been like conditioning each other does affect things for sure, and that you've been in a lot of the same circumstances, you know, eating the same food, watching the same media sometimes, like all of that affects you for sure. But personality wise, your family is going to be different, and they're going to show love differently, and some of them might be narcissists, some of them might be what's the word, I forget the other word, where they only like care about themselves, right? Some of them might think they're better than everyone else. Some of them might be, you know, downright like doesn't care about anything at all but themselves, right? But deep down, they do care. They just don't know how to show it, right? And that doesn't mean you let them get away with it. That means you have to preserve yourself and understand that all people are different and allow them to be themselves at a distance. And eventually they'll change, maybe. You know, you never know. My brother was always a big asshole to me my whole life, you know. And then finally he had he met a woman, had some kids, married her. Now he's got 4 kids, and he's too exhausted to be an asshole. He still has a drinking problem, and now he's nice to me every chance he can get, and he feels bad about being an asshole to me my whole life. He realizes that he was. He even straight up apologized for being an asshole to me my entire life. He recognizes that he was a shitty person, and he does what he can, but he's still pretty narcissistic. He still puts himself before everyone anytime he can. If he enters a conversation, it's all posturing. It's all him making himself feel better than everyone else. But I know him really well, and I know that the reason why he does that is because he actually has a really shitty image of himself, and he has no way of fixing it, because he goes around and tries to convince other people to see him, you know, how he thinks he should be seen, but he doesn't see himself that way. And it's a situation, you know, and it's a situation that I don't really want to be a part of. And I'm not going to sit there and console him and let him get drunk and be abusive or be mean or just, you know, exploit me or anything like that, right? And it took me a long time to stand up and say, like, I'm done. Like, see you later, bro. You know? And now, years later, like a decade of not talking, like, I'm able to be like, we're cool, but let's keep a distance. You know? Like, I'm still not, like, gonna be, like, buddy with you. We're never going out drinking again. You know? Like, that's not gonna happen. I don't even drink, but, like, that's just the way it is. I don't know. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, family is family, and there's not much you can do about it. Sometimes you gotta take the good with the bad. Sometimes you just gotta let them be who they are at a distance, and understand that they don't understand you either, right? That's the other side of things, is that just because it's so clear of the way that they should be living to you, they will look at you in the exact same way and say, like, why don't they just live the way that I expect them to live? It's because everyone has a different personality. Everyone looks at life differently. Everyone does things in a different manner. And all we can do is try to get better at getting along with everyone. And it takes a lot of introspection to do that. Not everyone's even capable of introspection. Some people just look at situations and figure out how to put themselves in the best possible position, and that's what life is to them. So it's difficult. Sorry, I will catch up on chat now. Where was I? I says my family don't deserve me. Lot Lizard says him and I are so different. LMAO, it's funny we are internet friends. I says simple. Lot Lizard says I choose my family and they're great friends and pure souls. I says I'm the only one who healed or did any work bar my mother, and she's been blanking me for weeks. They're very much dead to me. Well, I will say that it's important to understand and learn forgiveness. If not for anyone else, do it for yourself, because when you hold a grudge, it weighs on your soul. If you can forgive someone, that's not to benefit them, that's to benefit you. And it takes a long time to fully understand this, but like, holding a grudge is bad for you. It will take years off your life if you don't learn how to let go. Like the stress, the anger, all of that stuff, it's not good for you. I mean, there's even people who think that it could cause cancer to fucking put yourself through that mental anguish. Like, obviously there's not a whole lot of science done in that realm, but there are people who believe that. Where did I miss? Where am I at? They're selfish pieces of shit. I genuinely hope they all die right now. Well, that's honestly, that's not something you should think. That's kind of an unnatural way of thinking. That's very like fear-driven mentality. I would say that no one deserves to die. No one deserves to be killed. Everyone deserves a chance to be forgiven and to fix themselves. We're all capable of it, you know? Obviously there's some extremes where it's like really hard to forgive people in situations and stuff like that. And I'm not telling you you have to forgive someone who did something extremely bad to you, but there's always something worse that's happened, and there's always people that have turned around in worse situations. So I don't know. I don't think it's wise to wish death upon anyone. Someday someone might wish death upon you, and that's not a situation that anyone wants to be in. I hope this house burns down the second I walk out of it. So I mean, I see what you mean, that you're upset, but it wouldn't do any good. It wouldn't help anyone, and it could cause some major harm, you know? So he numbs himself. That's a great coping mechanism. My old friend's brother was like that, piece of shit. People are delulu. All of us are. All of us are fucking delusional. We all like set up this little bubble, then we tell ourselves this is what life is, and this is the meaning of what we should be doing, and this is what's important, and it's all a delusion. It's all us convincing ourselves what we need to do to continue. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way it is. I need to get my brain in line with what I actually am. Delulu has gotten me Delulu has gotten me affiliate. But I need to go stare at myself psychologically. Yeah, I think everyone should. I honestly think that should be like a common practice for everyone. It's not easy to do, but introspection, self-reflection, those are like really valuable skills. I guess when I went to adolescent rehab when I was like 15 turning 16, I learned a lot about self-reflection, and it fucking changed me. It changed me completely. I learned about psychology. I learned about the psychology of other people, of the psychology of myself, and knowing all of that stuff really pivoted my life. Not in a way to stop taking drugs, but just to perform better at life, to be a better person to myself, or to at least start trying to grasp an understanding of how to crawl out of the hole that I was digging myself into eventually. And I eventually was able to crawl out of that hole. It took years of trying after that point, and years of making mistakes and feeling sorry for myself, and, you know, drinking myself to being blackout, puking, and not remember what the hell happened, you know, and like putting myself into situations and letting life put me into situations where now I experience post-traumatic stress disorder, and like, not all of that's my fault, but some of that is, because I could have put myself in a better situation where I wasn't exposed to something like that, right? And I don't blame myself, but had I not been digging a hole, had I been climbing out instead of digging, I would have been in a better situation, and I would have a lot less PTSD, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like I said, I don't blame myself. I don't think that I'm a victim, and I don't blame myself. It's like a neutral ground, right? Lot Lizard says, you're always the problem, they're the victim. Taco says, some people literally alter their memory to favor themselves. This is true. This is very true. I think all of us do it to a degree. I think it's impossible to not accidentally slip up and alter your memory, right? Because it's like survivorship bias, or like history is written by the winners. It's like all of that is like in our like psychology, right? It's really easy to be like, this happened to me because I deserved it, when maybe it just happened to you because it was luck of the draw, and maybe you do deserve it, but it was still just luck of the draw, and that was the reason. But you tell yourself that you deserve it. So I don't know, you know, and that's just a really vague example, but yeah. Lot Lizard says, they write their own narrative to make them look good and not feel guilty, etc. Aya says, I've forgiven plenty, Rick. I'm over them. I've forgiven decades of abuse. Like, I'm struggling to even listen to you say this. Makes me mad, not at you. I feel that, Ayas. I do. I lived with, you know, physical abuse for most of my life. Mental abuse even longer. You know, just like, yeah. I mean, I ran away from home when I was 17 years old to like go live by myself in the woods. I mean, there was a cottage, so it wasn't like in the woods by myself, but I lived in my grandma's cottage all by myself. Like, you know, it was a cottage. Like, it was never fully furnished. Like, it's plywood floors, right? Like, I loved it out there. I spent 11 years living out there. I finally could just get away from my family and, you know, my brother and the guy my mom was dating for like 10 years who was abusive, and not to mention the psychological abuse that my mom put me through. I mean, she was dating a guy that was physically abusive to me and said, no, he wasn't, kind of thing. Indiana Crones, welcome in. I almost said Jones. Indiana Crones, I hope you're doing well. We are talking on some deep stuff. So just a heads up there. Where was I? Lot Lizzie says, I won't forgive certain people ever. I cut them out completely and I'm good with it. I says, just the sentiment that I haven't done that. You have to for yourself. Exactly. If forgiving isn't your style, you can just try your damnedest to not let their existence affect your life anymore. That includes anger. That's a good point, Taco Crepe. If you can like minimize the anger from a situation, that is a step in the right direction. Because if you allow negative emotions to erupt from yourself because of other people or circumstance, situations, that kind of stuff, that's going to negatively impact you. It's going to negatively impact your future, your surroundings, your present, and you're going to think negatively about your past, which will affect you in the future. It's like this downward spiral that happens from negative emotions. So if you can like minimize that, that's a step in the right direction. You don't have to like tell someone you forgive them, but you can allow them to exist. You know, I don't know. It doesn't help to go around wishing like death upon someone, or like hating someone, or thinking like negative feelings, or cursing someone. That's actually going to hurt you. It might hurt them too, but it's not going to be worth it in the end, you know? Yeah. Everyone deserves death. What do you mean? Well, unfortunately, we are all going to die. There's nothing we can do about that. Do we deserve it? No. Why would we deserve it? Right? I don't think deserve is the word for it. I think it's expected. It's inevitable. But is it deserved? No. I don't think that's the right usage of that word. I think when you deserve something, well, first of all, I think deserving something is kind of a situational, like what's the word for it? It's like a opinionated thing, right? It's an opinion. It's not like a fact. You can't say it's fact. This person deserves this. No, that's an opinion, right? And there's really no like logic in opinions like that. It's more emotion. Maybe there is some logic, but it's not quantitative. It's qualitative logic. It's more emotionally based than, you know, I don't know. Like, sure, you deserve to get paid for the time that you spent, right? At work, right? You get hourly wage, you deserve to get paid for that. But then if you like really look at it, there's people who fucking pretend to work while they're at work and they get paid per hour too, right? Do they deserve it? Yeah, on paper they do, but like when you like form an opinion about it, you deserve it more than them, right? So like that's all I'm trying to say, right? I don't know, it's kind of far out. Where was I? It's not a damn gift, and I'm not saying that in a dark way. If people didn't die, then all this would be even more pointless. I encourage them to try. I agree. Some people don't deserve to be guilt-free or feel better for themselves so they can live without the guilt. I'm consumed by rage, but I'm working on it. LMAO. Yeah, with my mom. No, I deal with facts only. I stand on everything I say or do, right or wrong, and I'll own it if I'm wrong. Saying both parents physically and emotionally abusive alcoholics, and then I left to end up with even more abusive people. I says my family literally just aren't worth much to anyone. Latliz says, yeah, great, lol. Cyphic says, how do you live in a cottage? Like, was this hunting for food type of living in the woods? No. I was lucky that my dad was giving me money. He wasn't there. He lived in Michigan, but he would come every, couple weeks, every 2 or 3 weeks. He would give me money. He would fill up my gas tank with gas. I was lucky where I didn't even need to work while I was there. He even gave me money to smoke pot with, I'm very grateful for my dad. He's been awesome financially to me. He works as he was a nuclear safety manager, inspector or something before he retired. So he made quite a bit of money. He had no problem helping me out. He bought me musical instruments, video games, like but you know, at the same time, he wasn't really there emotionally or physically. Like, he literally wasn't there. Like, his money was, and I'm grateful. He paid for my college, paid for my food for a long time, you know, even helped me with rent before I like had work when I moved out. And like, you know, I can't say anything bad about my dad. He was, you know, fantastic in those ways, but no one is perfect. And there was a lot of ways where our relationship is still lacking today because we just never had that. His dad died when he was like, so my grandpa died when he was like 50 or something like that. So my dad didn't have a dad for a big portion of his life. His dad wasn't there. His dad just vanished at a pretty young age. So like, he never learned how to be that. And also he had 2 older brothers and 1 younger brother. So that was his like father figures kind of thing, like was his, because they were like quite a bit older. So like that age gap, and then his dad being pretty old, right? Because he was like the second group of kids, right? So his dad was pretty old when he was born, and then he died when he was 50. So he didn't even have his dad around that long. So, and I'm not trying to make excuses for my dad, but he didn't know how to be like the type of dad that I felt like I needed sometimes, you know? And I just had to learn how to do that. And maybe that's why I don't have kids, or that maybe that's why I'm not like, oh, I need to go be a father, you know, like, because I never really learned, right? And I think maybe I could do a better job than my dad, but maybe not, because I don't even see myself putting myself in that position to have kids. I don't know, I'm kind of getting on a personal tangent. But yeah, no, I wasn't foraging foods most of the time. Sometimes I was, but most of the time I was not. There was a point where I was foraging mushrooms and berries for sure, because they grew in my yard, so I wasn't gonna not eat them. But I still had food. At one point I was like really broke, and my buddy gave me a deer leg, like a leg of venison, and I was just like eating that and berries for like, and I had like enough money for flour, which I probably shouldn't have been eating because of the gluten thing, but I was making tortillas, venison tacos, and berries for the morning, and then mushrooms if I was fucking lucky. But yeah, sorry. Yo, wait, what's this? Just got back, made some coffee. I hope the coffee's good. I was gonna ask, how you doing? Oh yeah, I'm doing good, Indiana Crow. Sorry about that. It took me forever to read that. It's been like fucking 10 minutes. It says, I'm not sure I agree on that. It feels like a sidestep, avoidance rather than confrontation. I can't allow myself to avoid everything. I lost context on that, I'm sorry. It took me too long to get to that. By the way, Rick, is it possible to use custom text for those since they're technically tiles? So yeah, this actually, for this, what we're doing here, we're going to be able to make this completely in A-Sprite, right? So that, because instead of like tile swapping these, we'll be able to just write it and make a different image for each NPC, or make 2 different images for each NPC. This would just be like the base, right? So the name, we could just write the name in A-Sprite using any font we want. I just kind of use this font because I know that it's legible. It's like the ZX Spectrum font. But yeah, we can use whatever as long as it's like legible and works. So yeah, feel free to look into that. And yeah, we can write it in A-Sprite. Lala says, you don't avoid, you just live your life as if they don't exist. They can't live rent-free in your head anymore because you don't live in theirs. Aya says, my parents spend all their money on holidays and fake teeth and shit. I've not seen help from them in years. Cyphex says, I see. Aya says, to be honest, this is helping me realize just how bad they are. I shouldn't hold on to them. You're right, Lot Lizard. Lot Lizard says, because it's just giving them control over you in your life, and they don't even know it. You're doing it to yourself, but they're not doing it to themselves over you. I learned the hard way too. Godric, you're so behind. I am. I started chatting about my own situation, and then I got behind. It says, I realize I'm not actually intolerant to gluten or eggs or sugar. They just off gas so much. And I do autistic diaphragm locking thing. I just poison myself with gas, I think. Well, sometimes you just gotta let loose. I don't know. If I sit like a fat lord and eat slowly, I'm actually okay. Ooh, that's awesome. Autistic diaphragm thing. Wait, do I do that too? I've never heard of this autistic diaphragm locking. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Let yourself be pot-bellied sometimes. In my experience, it makes it worse. I mostly do it to stop myself from farting. But in the end, but I end up ripping an extra loud one eventually. It makes it worse till your core stabilizes. It's wild how much it affects your posture too. I hold my stress in my stomach, so... Oh, I see. I hold a lot of stress in my shoulders. Also, this seems necessary. Yeah, I'm proud of myself for catching up on chat there. That was a lot of chat. I never finished what I was doing here, but yeah. You hold it in your neck and it gives you migraines, Lot Lizard. All your stress. That sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that chat has so much stress as a whole. I don't know. Something that helps me a lot is meditation. I know a lot of people will be like, what even is that? But like, it has been extremely beneficial to me. So, and I guess it came easy to me when I was young. I learned how to meditate without any like guidance from my parents or anything. And I've used it my whole life, so I've gotten pretty good at it. But I don't know, it takes practice, so just gotta give it a shot. Tai Chi I found to be very useful. Yoga, just exercise in general. Exercise in general is great for relieving stress. And then of course, eating healthy helps a lot. Like, it doesn't seem like it would, but if you do it consecutively, consistently, it actually helps a lot. Well, Elmo, there it is. Well, that sucks. Well, it does. What do you want me to lie and say it doesn't suck? Well, to be honest, I hold it everywhere. My entire body is braced at all times. I'm 33 years old, lying here in a dry robe, chewing a silicone stick to stop myself from grinding my teeth, and clutching a bugler like a baby with a bear. How the fuck am I supposed to do all this by myself? One step at a time, you know, sometimes it seems like everyone else in the world is like a fucking Superman, but everyone inside still feels very similar to the way that you're feeling right now. Maybe not all the time, but at some point in their lives. I mean, everything is relative, right? So even someone who feels even worse than you do right now can relate to you, because your worst feeling is similar to their worst feeling. I don't know what I'm even saying anymore. I don't know what a fuggler is. I have no idea what fuggler is. Embarrassing, but also not. Who cares? Yeah, don't be embarrassed. Everyone goes through situations where they feel like they're barely hanging on by a thread. And it's not fun, but you can make it through. And it's baby steps. You just gotta do one step at a time, you know? Sometimes it just means like, fuck, I brushed my teeth, I ate something, and yeah, maybe I spent the whole day in bed, but I fucking brushed my teeth and ate something, so that's something, you know what I mean? Right? You can't give up completely. You have to try and do something, and if it's something little, then it's something little. It's something. Maybe the next day you can do 2 little things, and then 3 little things, and then maybe you won't be able to do shit that 4th day, but on the 5th day you'll be able to do 3 little things again, and pick up where you left off, and just like slowly build up. It's not an easy thing, but it's possible. Taco says, I only have one, but I have so much in my shopping cart. I says, I ride around on my bike and walk 5 or 6 miles a day. It does help. Yeah, I bet that does help. Just be careful if you're out and about, you know, with cars and traffic and shit, ice and all that shit, muggers, or you never know. I says, mine was a gift. I love him. Lot Lizard. No, it's your infamous saying, Elmo. I know it's my infamous saying. I know that, Lot Lizard. I'm the one who says it. I say it all the time. That's how I respond to situations that suck. I said, well, that sucks. It's me trying to empathize with the situation, right? Because I've felt shitty situations too. I know when things suck. Sometimes they suck. Sometimes there's not much you can do but just, you know, accept the suckiness of the situation. Taco Crip says, mine is called the Codfather. I love him so much. Wait, is it a fish? Aya says, thank you, Rick. That's what I needed to hear after admitting that. People don't see me at my worst. Maybe in order to get help, they actually need to. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad that I could help. Lot Lizard says, they do. I can mask extremely well. Sigh, more effort. Thank you. But I also never let people see me vulnerable, etc. It's okay to open up to people, but you just have to be careful, you know? It's okay to open up a little bit and like see how they react. It's usually a bad idea to open up completely. I mean, that's why therapists cost so much fucking money, right? Because you can open up completely to them without any repercussions, usually. And, you know, that is like a huge privilege to be able to have someone that you can like completely open up to. And they know that, so they charge out the ass, right? Well, also, wait, I read that one. I says, I have to, it's part of my recovery. I've hidden everything and placated forever. To be fair, I've applied for all support I can get. Calling again today, found homes I want. Sold all my clothes. I'm basically packed to leave already. I'm doing good considering I'm 3 days in. Oh, I can ride quicker than any mugger in this damn city. Well, don't like crash. Bicycle accidents can be very dangerous. You know, in Chicago there was this big issue of people like opening their car doors without looking, and there being a cyclist there, like, and then bam, they hit the door because it opened right in front of them. You know, and fuck, you could die that way. I mean, it's more likely that you just be injured, but you could fucking die that way. I says, I ride through the city on it while people are rolling around drunk at 4 a.m. It's so much fun. Yeah, that would worry me. I'm far too careful to do something like that. Only emotion I show people is anger if they start with me, etc. Otherwise, I'm just always looking or joking or laughing. I says that doesn't sound great, Lizard. This is the one I have. Oh, there's a link there. I should pull that up. I don't have a browser open, so give me a second. Where's the link? Oh, there it is. And I'm so behind on chat. So it's a keychain? A furry fish plushie keychain? Is that what they are? Bugler. Interesting that it has teeth. I've never seen these in my life. I am not a plushie collector. I used to be when I was a kid. I had like a lot of, well, we called them stuffed animals back then. I had a lot of stuffed animals. But they all got thrown away at some point. I don't know what the fuck happened to them. But when I ran away from home, they disappeared. I said, that doesn't sound great, Lalas. Oh, I read that one. I know I'm working on it. You'll get a sense of who's safe to tell. I am kind of getting it. Just ditched my therapist. She turned on me, I assume deliberately, to usher me away. Therapists are just people, and it's a difficult job. I'm not trying to take sides or anything like that, but it's really, really, really difficult to find a therapist that is actually beneficial. I've had this trouble before. It's a journey to find a therapist that works for you, and then you know they're living creatures. They're people, so they have life happening to them too. You know. Lala says, nobody is, in my opinion, but I hope they'll change for my mindset one day. Now I ride safe and I indicate, etc. People are more conscious drivers in the UK, plus we have bike lanes that we only share with buses. Now I take calculated risks on the daily. It's the only way I stay sane. I missed this. Sorry, Taco. OMG, he's awful. He's so funny looking. Yep, basically the whole shtick is they're ugly. Are they ugly or are they fugly? Which is like fat and ugly, right? Elmo top tier, and the teeth look and feel real. They do look real. I imagine they feel real. Yeah. Oh, and there's Ias's. Let me pull that one up. Oh wow. Yeah, that is ugly. What's up with the ugly plushies these days? That's like the popular thing now, huh? Very interesting. I says, yeah, my therapist is autistic, Rick, I get it. She's as done as I am. She was incredibly helpful, but frankly, incredibly weak, lol. No, not weak. She has more clients than me, but she doesn't manage her time or energy well at all. Lalazu says, I use those pop bubble things they sell for special needs people. Helps my anxiety. Oh, like, wait, pop bubble? You mean like packing bubbles? like packing wrap. No, it's fucking ugly. Ugly is equals ugly. Oh, I thought it was fat and ugly. This whole time I thought it was fat and ugly. That's what it was back in the day, wasn't it? Damn, no wonder I'm missing messages. Rick's reading out stuff I can't even see. Goddamn internet. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, also I'm like way behind on chat, I think. Or I'm catching up. I'm catching up. They're just cheaper to make, I think. Oh, the ugly ones are cheaper to make. That's hilarious. Okay, that one's insane. Named him Gammy Bear. Gammy means like gross or disgusting in Brit slang. Oh, interesting. I've heard people call their grandma Gammy in the US. Lot Lizard says no, but yes, they sell them. Google it. It's not you that's the issue on chat at all, Rick. My connection is just bouncing. OMG, Grandma Gammy is insane. I mean, people come up with weird nicknames for their grandparents, grandchildren, etc. Like I dated this one girl whose mom called her Pookie, and it blew my mind. Like, I'm used to it now, but at the first time I heard it, I was like, Pookie? Wait, what? I call mine soon deceased. Jeez. I don't have any grandparents anymore. All of my grandparents passed away. Alright, so this is it. 8, and this one is a 12. And this one is a chest. I'm slowly getting this. I guess I'm back at it. Oh wait, this is the local variable? That's not even right. This needs to be the warning variable. Glad I caught that. I says, my grandparents are lovely people to be honest, but they don't understand me at all. Yeah, I felt that way about my grandparents too, to be honest. And the older they got, the less they understood me. The less we really saw eye to eye on anything. Flat Lizard says, I'm Italian, so it's Noni or Nono. Wouldn't it be Nona? Taco Crib says, I know people that call their partners Pookie. Yeah, I have heard that. I've heard that, but yeah. It was like mind-blowing to me to hear that the first time. I don't know why. It was the first time I ever heard it, I think. Never had a relationship with them. Me and my ex were jibby to each other, and neither of us can explain why. That's interesting. Yeah, my dad calls my dad and his wife call each other homie, which is interesting. It just happens for grandparents in Italian, that is. BRB, yep, take your time. No, that's Americanized. Really? I think I can add that to the list of normal pet names I've witnessed. The list is Bubba, Bubby, Bee, Bub, Bibby, Bimby, Jibby. Oh, that's funny. Bub. I had a step grandpa who was called Bub. Everyone called him Bub. It wasn't his name, but everyone called him that. I don't even know his name, but everyone called him Bub. Taco says, me and my partner are kind of basic. We just call each other babe. That's usually how I ended up. or like sweetie, sweetheart, babe. I'm sure I got creative at points, but I don't really remember. Yeah, one of my exes I called Cutie Pants a lot. I thought that was funny. Yeah. I says, I will never reuse one, haha, everyone gets their own. And back. Elmo, keeping it simple, I like it. Now I'm depersonalizing. FFSSSS. I'm not sure what that means. This is the actually it might help to go Sims mode, management time. Yeah, do what you gotta do, man. You know, sometimes it's nice to unwind and just like, you know, deal with make-believe problems for a bit, right? For fuck's sake, it means, Rick. Oh, FFS? Oh, okay. It was all the other S's that confused me. I probably would have figured it out if it was just FFS. I'm terrible at acronyms and text talk and that stuff. I'm just ejecting from the emotion. I think you guys have helped me talk it out enough, but I'm gonna self-parent mode, lol, but I needed it. Right on. Well, I'm glad that we helped. I'm glad that you felt comfortable enough to chat with us. I'm glad that, you know, you're headed in the right direction. I'm really sorry that you've had a rough day and that things have been shitty for you. I hope things get better. I hope that it happens quickly, and I hope that you're pleasantly surprised with your situation and how it unfolds for you. I hope that, you know, life shows you just how awesome it can be. Sometimes you gotta see the shitty side of life to fully appreciate the bright side of life, and I wholeheartedly believe that. So I just hope it goes well for you. I hope it goes as best as it can, and I hope you enjoy your sim time. I'm happy to talk to reasonable people and sit with what they have said. I've been listening to idiots. Well, that sucks. That sucks. But don't be hopeful. Hope will kill you. I am hopeful. But about me and for me, my hope depends on no one. I think that's a good way to look at it. Hope can mean different things to different people. I think be positive. Don't necessarily assume that other people are going to have a positive effect on you, but you can always have a positive effect on yourself, right? If it's the same kind of thing. Being positive can mean different things to different people, but to me it means doing everything that I can do to benefit the situation for me, and if I can afford to, then, you know, do it in a way that benefits those around me, the people I care about, you know, even for strangers if I can. But like I said before, you gotta be in a position to help other people before you do that. You know, you gotta put yourself in that position first. You gotta help yourself first. Hope devastates you more when it backfires. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Like I said, it's all in perspective, right? If hope to you means like, oh, I hope this happens, like, I hope I win this game jam, you know, like, never do that. That's a terrible idea. When you're in a game jam, just do what you can to have a good time, to learn something, to make friends, to network, you know, and, you know, yeah, hope that you have good relationships, hope that the game is fun, hope that it works out, but don't like pivot yourself on that. Don't rely on that hope, right? If the game does bad, like Fetch Quest, the pet simulator I made, no one liked it, people were confused by it, it didn't do very well, people don't play it. It's clearly the worst game that I've ever made. It's worse than Light Switch Crusader, like literally worse than Light Switch Crusader. And I'm not upset about it. I don't go around like trying to get people to play it, but like, you know, I was hoping that people would enjoy it, but yeah, I don't know. I was a little bit upset that it didn't do very well at all. So I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. I think getting out of this house will immediately improve everything. I agree. If you're in a situation that you don't feel comfortable in, it will help to put yourself anywhere else sometimes, you know? I want a job, I'm just overwhelmed to find one. Well, sometimes having a job can help you like to like manage situations better, right? Like having that repetitive like schedule where like you do this because you gotta go to work and you gotta be there at this time, so you do this, you wake up at this time, you know, you set an alarm, you go to bed by this time. Like having that consistency in your life can be really, really beneficial. It's not always easy, but it can be really beneficial. Lala says you should always still be prepared just in case it doesn't go as you hope. Exactly. I says, full disclosure, Rick, I would have usually ditched the jam and struggled to talk to you guys about it, but I've matured enough to know you'll be grateful for any contribution, and you both see the state that I'm in. Yeah, no worries. If you feel like you need to step away completely, that's fine. If you feel like you want to do something, that's cool too, you know? Like, don't let it hang over your head, you know? We appreciate you as a friend regardless. You know, but yeah, I know you're a great artist too, so if you do feel like you want to chip in, like, I'm not gonna turn it down, hell no, you know. Also, if you've got like ideas or thoughts and stuff like that, you know, we're still happy to hear them. But yeah, on the other hand, if you're too overwhelmed with your situation, we understand. We'll be there for you as we can, and you know, yeah, be there for you in the ways that we can. It is bad, to be fair. I'm sorry, LML. No, it's not an issue. I still had such a laugh playing it though. The dialogues and exchange. Oh, the Fetch Quest game. Wait, was there dialogues and exchanges in Fetch Quest? But I was so lost. My plans have plans, don't worry. I write for hours in Obsidian planning at the moment. Right on. Yes, then you good. Anyways, prepare for the okay if this doesn't pan out. What's my next move? Taco Crib says, yep, it's fun. It's all for fun anyways, yeah, exactly. It's not hanging, I promise. I just knew I'd see something eventually, be in the mood for it, and snatch it up. Art helps, especially for other people. My Game Jam game is bad. It just looks good. You know, I didn't actually play your Game Jam game. I watched you play it, but I didn't actually play it. I'll have to sit with that at some point. It's hard for me to remember to do that. Rick tries to get me to fucking crochet or draw, etc. Did I try to get you to crochet? I don't even remember saying that, but yeah, you should. Or cross stitch. Cross stitching would be cool too. Or I used to make jewelry. That was a lot of fun. It doesn't even have to cost a lot of money. I was getting like copper wire and like crystals from the witch shop, the Wiccan shop or whatever, and just wrapping crystals in wire. I got decent at it too. I was selling that shit for fucking 90 bucks a pop, which I guess was not that expensive considering it'd take me like 6 hours to do it. But you know, what are you gonna do? Gotta do something. You should absolutely automatic draw though. I drew the weirdest shit then the other day. I can't draw for shit. Wow, Lizard, that's not true. I saw your drawings. Just auto drawing. You don't need to. That's the point of automatic drawing. You just do it without thinking. Scribbles, patterns, anything. Honestly, I pretty much only auto draw. I don't call it that. I just call it doodle. But that's been my thing for a long time now. Decades. That's been my thing for decades. In fact, when I was in high school, they called me Doodle Boy because I would draw all over my left hand with like ballpoint pen. I would like find the pens that would like not wash off in the sink and the pens that wouldn't like fill up with skin cells. Like I got good at knowing which pens to use, and you just, this probably wasn't good for me, you know, like, but that's what I was into. People call me Doodle Boy because I drew doodles on my hands so much, and now that's like all I draw. I do paintings of doodles. I'll do like digital doodles. I think I actually have a digital doodle. I don't remember where they're saved at, to be honest. Let me look for it. It ever loads. There we go. Yeah, I do this type of stuff for like a long time. Like I remember I drew something very similar to this in college back like 20 years ago. I've been drawing the same thing for like fucking 20 years. Oh man, I'm way behind on chat again. Latlo says, I legit don't belong on this platform, LMAO. I don't do anything in the gamer or artistic sense. I'm here just to support friends. I just play some video games, LMAO. What are you talking about, Latlo? You're like a pro COD player. It says, aha, sorry, I am big into my psychiatrist terms to make sense of it. Right on. When I was in high school, my classmates would just make me draw realistic dicks. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I was not expecting that. When I was in high school, one time I took, or no, I was in junior high. I was in like 5th grade, and we were taking a field trip. And you know how like you use buses that you don't normally use like for field trips, right? And there was this big, veiny, realistic dick drawn on the bus seat, and it was like the only seat left, and I was like the last person on the bus, and I had to sit in front of that shit, and it was like a fucking hour-long drive to get to where we were going. And it was I wouldn't say it was traumatizing, but it was like, it's like burned in my memory. Like I'll never fucking forget that shit. That's so funny though. it says, I used to park myself on a chair at house parties and draw portraits all night and gift them. Oh, that's really cool. Lot Lizard says, and I'm the free entertainment on their chats, lol, cause I'm outrageous but funny. Same haha, though can't say I minded. My drawing was epic though. Funny as fuck. It was epic. You should draw more. So why stop? Funny has just as much place in art as beautiful, if not more. I agree. LMAO, you had to see it to understand. It was stick figures. Maybe esoteric stick figures shit is your thing. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, Lot Lizard, are you familiar with Keith Haring, I think his name is? Let me look up his art. So, not just Lot Lizard, but chat in general. Are you familiar with Keith Haring from the 80s? He was a graffiti artist and pop artist, basically, in the 90s or the 80s, the mid 80s. I think he died from AIDS too, unfortunately. But he drew stick figures. I mean, they weren't like stick figures, they were like these, you know, it was like his own thing. But hundreds of thousands of these drawings. He had a very unique style, and he would draw a lot of the same motifs, you know, like the people obviously with the motion lines. He would draw dogs, music stuff, dancing, you know, the light bulbs, TVs were a big thing. This face with 3 eyes. Symbols like an X or a circle, zigzag, hand on the head, UFOs. But yeah, he was very popular and renowned when he died, and his work sold for lots and lots of money. He was very, very successful. Short-lived because he died when he was still pretty young. I don't know how old he was, but he was also like really positive. You know, he did like the Crack is Whack campaign. Let's see if we can find that. The Crack is Whack. Yeah, Crack is Whack. You know, doing his part to keep kids off drugs, because this was like during the crack epidemic. But anyways, you can make anything cool if you stick with it long enough. Who knows? Oh, I do these.
Liar! Witch! I'm not a
Get
witch,
back,
I'm your
witch!
wife!
I'm not a witch, I'm your wife. I love that scene. Sorry, I'm like really behind on chat now. What was I reading? I says, oh, I do these, yeah, but usually sweeps and blocks. Funny stick figures about the group of people I support. Lot Lizard said, well, yeah, but that don't count on here. Can I ask a genuine question? And I really need a legitimately psychiatric answer. Do I vent too much? I don't think so. I think if you're in a situation where you need to vent, then you vent, and that's okay, you know? I don't think I know you well enough to say whether you do it too much or not. I think if you feel like you need to vent, then vent, you know? you know, find someone that can handle it. Like, I'm okay with people venting. Like, don't get me wrong, there are streamers that don't want people to vent on their streams. You know, if I'm realistic, I know that life isn't always fun and games. I don't practice toxic positivity. There's no rule here of positive only, right? If something's negative going on and you need to talk about it, I'm here to help, you know? Don't get me wrong, I'll try to make things more positive and I'll try to help because that's the type of person that I, you know, push myself to be. I believe in positivity, but I also believe in, you know, venting when you need to, you know? Earlier in the year when my mother died, I was venting a lot on stream myself, you know, and it was difficult for people sometimes to hear because you go to a stream to have good time and chat with people. You don't want to hear about someone talking about their mom's death, you know? But that's what I was going through, and that's what I needed to get off my chest. That's what I needed to talk about, you know? So I'm not going to hold someone else to standards that I can't hold myself, right? But like I said, if you're going to everyone's stream, just like people you don't know, random people that have like positive only rules on their chat, like I've literally seen that as a rule, positive only. This is a positive only stream. Like that to me is toxic positivity. That's like forcing everyone to pretend that everything's okay even though it's not. That is toxic as hell. So I don't think you vent too much. Taco says, I've yet to see Lot Lizard play COD. Oh, Lot Lizard, you're in my Discord, right? And so is Taco. You could send him the DMs of the videos. She's got receipts, yo. Y'all hate COD. You just say that. You don't even know. You don't even know. I've never played it. Not since fucking PS3. Lot Lizard says, I'm legit a beast. I could be sponsored. Rick and them have seen it. She is a beast. When she goes into the lobby, people are like, oh fuck, it's Lot Lizard. Everyone team up on Lot Lizard. I hope I'm that sometimes. Actually, let me rephrase my question. It reads bad. Do I push up against the limits with my venting? Am I still within reasonable bounds? Of course you are. You're not pushing up against the limits. You're definitely within reasonable bounds. Especially with all that's going on with you, right? Needing a new place to live, exiting a relationship. You know, obviously there's probably personal reasons behind exiting the relationship that, you know, we haven't even gone into it, and I'm not even, I don't expect you to go into, that's very personal stuff. I'm just saying that clearly there's a lot going on, so I think you're well within reasonable bounds. I never know, and that's natural. I think everyone doesn't know. I think most people are afraid to share. I think it's very courageous to be able to open up, and sometimes, you know, being separated by a sea, you know, the ocean, time zones, locations, the internet, all of these like communication barriers actually help sometimes, because then you don't feel like if things go wrong that it could be a detriment to you. You know what I mean? You can easily back away. The stakes aren't as high as if you're face to face, someone could fucking pull a knife. You know what I mean? Like, no one's gonna pull a knife on you here, right? Like, obviously that's an extreme example. But yeah, I think sometimes it's the perfect opportunity, you know, in like a chat room, Discord, people you know online. Sometimes it's the perfect opportunity to open up to people, but you just got to keep in mind that other people don't want that. Some people are struggling to stay positive, and the smallest negativity can like really set them off, put them over the edge, you know. Like I think of my post-traumatic stress disorder. Sometimes even just talking about it makes it happen. Sometimes just like having brought it up in conversation causes me to spiral into post-traumatic stress funk for the rest of the day, or maybe it doesn't happen until hours later, but the fact that I brought up something that affected me that way, just like, and then all of a sudden I'm stuck with it, and then I can't sleep for 2 extra hours, 3 extra hours, because I'm spiraling in these, you know, reliving these traumatic events, you know. So just keep in mind that everyone is everyone's going through stuff. Even if they mask it, even if they hide it, everyone's going through stuff. It might not be, you know, similar, but it's all kind of relative in a way. Liza says, you tell too much info about yourself that people will clown you for, you know, douchebags. Maybe people like Lot Lizard, but no one else is gonna clown you here. I'm just kidding. I don't mind. People I don't care about don't hurt me at all. What do you think, Rick? LOL, no, obviously. Cyphic says, I think you mentioned him before. I don't even know what that is in context to. That was like 10 minutes ago. I am 10 minutes behind on chat. Holy shit. Aya says, oh, this looks like it was super inspirational to you. I see your shape language in this. Oh yeah, I've seen these in MoMA stores. My major influence on portraits were Gustav Klimt, Egon Schiele, and Loish on Instagram. Man, how am I so far behind on chat? And the government simultaneously doing its part to keep children on drugs. Skip a chunk. Rick will need 3 to 5 business days to recover from all this socializing. Probably. That's a good point, Loud Lizard. I didn't even think about that. Aya says, I meant here really, specifically regarding venting. No, you're fine. You're fine here. We know you. You've been hanging out for a while. If you would have came in the first day that I met you with all of this, that would have been rough. But we would have handled it. We would have gone through it anyways. I'm pretty open. I says, but yeah, it's about selecting the right people. Yeah, I spread it out as thin as I can, but there's a lot of it. I was banned if it was just positive shit only. LOL. Ball bust big. Hey, I never banned you. I says I prefer your realism, Rick. You're even-handed like I try to be. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I do my best. I says, haha, I let a viewer slip into chat that I've banned from everything else, knowing his narcissistic personality would drive him to come embarrass himself. I destroyed him, and my viewer friends were like, FK. Is that like fuck? I don't know what FK is. It's fact, Rick. Anytime it's mentioned, people hate hard. Wait, I don't even know what you're talking. Oh, COD? Are we on COD with that? Jeez. I'm catching up, but I'm still way behind here. I says I used to play competitive Counter-Strike, haha, the old one. Lot Lizard says they have blogs about me, LOL, and how to kill me. Wait, is that real or is that just made up? I was the only under 18. I was the only one under 18 on the team, and I served as harasser and distraction. I says, thanks, Rick. I appreciate the awesome answers. Yeah, no, anytime. Thanks for being here. You know, being part of the stream family here. I says I could go into it, but I'm realizing that's where the venting problems lie. when you start dumping everything. That's what I need to do and go and do with Kate. Yeah, I mean, like, dumping is like a different thing, right? So to me, dumping is when you take advantage of someone's ability to like absorb your energy, right? So if someone's, you know, trying to help you through something and then you give them your whole life story, like, that is a little bit on the dumpy side. On the other hand, if you know, you do what you got to do, right? I'm not gonna judge you for it, but yeah, people definitely don't like a trauma dump, especially if you're not like an active member of the community. But I see you as an active member of this community, so I mean, we're in a game jam together, for crying out loud. So I don't think you have to worry at all here. Man, time just keeps moving and I'm just not getting through chat here. Lot Lizard said, people want, I have to use past tense because it's so far behind. We're like 8 minutes behind on chat. People want to be heard and seen, but sometimes that gets you hurt, cause it also doesn't help that I'm dyslexic. You can hear it in my voice. I'm like, I eat, bleep, bleep, blah, blah, blah. Cause a lot don't really hear or see you. I says, please pull a knife on me, please. Yeah, for real. OMG, that's epic, haha. We played Secret Assassin in the campus at uni, and people had an IRC channel about me. Oh wow. I took out half the game with poison labels. Jeez. Lala says, I wish they would, lol. I love the outlet for my rage, lol. I says, literally, I need to go boxing. I'm gonna go boxing. Okay, yes, I'm absolutely confident I want to do that. Or MMA. MMA is the way. More no holds bar. I've never expressed anger or aggression, so that could help for real. Hey, listen. Sorry. Sorry, Lot Lizard. I'm so far behind.
I want my father back, you son of a bitch.
Oh, those are so good. Where was I? Oh, so on fighting, I would say be careful, because some people use that to take out aggression, and that can be dangerous. You could end up with fucking broken nose or something. You never know. But yeah, I mean, do what you gotta do, right? Just be careful. Take care of yourself. So that could help for real. Lot Lizard says, I'm not a douchebag. I can tell, Lizard, I'm a vault. See, I know things, lol, without really knowing people. Ias says, I honestly didn't really know why I was so driven to be so supportive to all of you guys and make the sub emotes, etc. Obviously, in hindsight, I'm now terrified it was some kind of favor garnering technique, but I do believe I was just being nice. QQ. Wait, what's QQ? Yeah, 20 minutes ago. Hey, I'm catching up. I told you this, Rick. Don't do me dirty like that. Go look, I don't lie. Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about anymore, Lot Lizard. Haha, you've heard my clips every time they see my name. Oh, Lot Lizard is here. Yeah, no, I mentioned that. That's real. Alright, I'm only 3 minutes behind on chat. Aya says, true, I'm piss poor at assessing my relationship. I'm going silent till Rick catches up. LOL. Or ha, LMAO, you learn. I gotta do the hey listen a lot for him to look at chat. I've been looking at chat this whole fucking last 2 hours or something. I have gotten very little game dev done since I switched categories. I says, haha, Lalo says, LMAO. I actually don't mind if they break my arm. Oh jeez. Well, that's not gonna help if you don't have a job and need to pay hospital bills and shit. I guess I don't know what it's like over there with hospital bills. They probably pay for you to get hurt there. Lot Lizard says, I still don't know why I support people on here, LMAO. LOL. The blog, Rick, the blog. Oh, the blog is real? I got you. I didn't know it was real. Lot Lizard is a myth in COD lobbies. The Munchlax escaped. Lot Lizard says, I'm proud of you, Rick. Wait, for what? For catching up on chat? Oh man, I must stay muted or get chat banned because these men are such bitch boys. I'm caught up. I'm caught up.